I hear the Japanese won by 20, so that's cool. We'll just be continuing as we are. We're going to be starting a new game from the beginning on easy. Judgment is the first game that has a simple mode where, as you can see at the bottom, it just, if you press square, you do auto combos. That is what it is. We are going to turn on autosave. I'll explain why a bit later, because Judgment... Judgment, you have some interesting problems, unfortunately. 2 secs. 2 secs, I have lost a thing that I need. Again. How do I keep losing things that I need? Yeah, give me like 20 minutes to get ready, and I'm just like, oh yeah, you know, I'm ready. Not actually ready. Alright, okay, so I'm ready now. So we are going to go ahead in 3, 2, 1, go. So, this is Judgment. For those who don't know what Judgment is, and if you've ever played a Yakuza game, you're going to recognize this very, very quickly. This is technically, in the West, the newest released game by RGG Studio. Isn't actually, because Yakuza Like a Dragon is obviously out in Japan and will be out in the West hopefully at the end of this year. But basically, this is Judgment. This is... You're going to recognize that we are in Kamurocho. Kamurocho is very much the same Kamurocho that you know and love at this point. But we aren't playing as any character that you know. So, we are playing as Takayuki Yagami. In 2015, he was working... This is 3 years before this bit. This is Yagami. This is him staking out these guys right here. You'll see, basically, he was a lawyer. He has turned detective. We're, you know, doing some detective work right now. I'll knock this guy down while I wait for everybody else to get up. This is a usual Yakuza tutorial in that I can't actually defeat any of the enemies yet. Would you like to punch me, please? Would you be so kind as to actually... Thank you. You missed. That's cool. I just need anyone to hit me. I don't really care who. It's literally anybody will do. I don't really care who. This is a very bad start. Alright. I'm just going to attack people. So, we're going for our usual tutorial, as we do in the Yakuza game. You can see there that we can't actually defeat all of the enemies. We're going to be hopefully evading a hit. You need to stop drinking. Just please hit me instead. No, stop. I just need, again, anybody to attack. Doesn't matter who, you don't even have to hit me. There you go. Beautiful. Now you're in a perfect place. Much like the Yakuza games. Did that not count? Nice. Okay, you'll do. Much like the Yakuza games, you get these special EX actions depending on how much heat you have. That one's actually the fastest one. And now we can take care of everybody. Once we get hit with a cone. Beautiful. Either way, you're not actually dead. That was a very bad tutorial. Thumbs up. But yeah, we play as Takayuki Yagami. Takayuki Yagami was a lawyer. He was a lawyer for the firm Genda Law Office, who you'll be seeing a lot of in this game. Here's a map. Every Yakuza game has a map. You'll see again, we're on Nakamichi Street of good old Kamurocho. X to sprint, but one quality of life thing that Judgment actually gives you is the ability to sprint on R2, which... You might think to yourself, well, what's the point of having it on R2? Well, obviously, X is confirmation, so having it on R2 is one of these really small quality of life things that really helps, because when we basically come out of taxis, which we'll be doing a lot in this game, then we'll be able to just run straight away without having to worry about actually, like, confirming back with the taxi and getting into a whole bunch of, like, different dialogues. This is a detective. This is a different detective that we are looking for. He is supposedly up to no good, and basically this kind of prologue intro to chapter 1 kind of shows off all the new different kind of systems that Judgment brings to play. So this is the tail segment. The first one was like the active search segment. You'll see a couple of those as we go. These are all scripted. Everybody hates these. They're not... I say they're not bad. but they are scripted. So once you know what to do in these, they're not too bad. But in terms of the speedrun, there's unfortunately, for the most part, no way to speed them up. Funnily enough, there's one at the end of the game where it is actually, we have a little bit of a new tech to be able to speed it up, thankfully. But basically, every tail segment like this, you'll see there's like cones around or bikes or stuff like that, people. If we walk into like say the ashtray or a bike or a cone or anything like that, Judgement has this interesting little system that the game doesn't exactly tell you about, where NPCs and enemies react to sound. So essentially, if I was to walk into any of the cones or the bikes, etc., our tail target here would turn around, and that wouldn't be good for us. So we're literally just gonna take it nice and slow. That's fine, because I didn't actually touch him, he walked out my way. And then for every couple of tail segments, you have some midpoint bits like this, and you saw like underneath me very briefly, and you'll see it again later on, the blue square turned red. That's because that's the final point, and you have to kind of stand in it to progress it. People really don't like these tail segments at all. I can understand why, because they kind of break up the gameplay a little bit. I don't mind them that much. He's going to turn around a little bit. You can make it to the group of NPCs on the left there, but we're not going to push that. But whilst we go through this, basically, Yagami was a lawyer. He's going to turn around any second now. Yagami was a lawyer for the Genda Law Office. He successfully defended Shinpei Okubo, who had been accused of murdering a senile hospital patient. And a little bit after that incident, Okubo came out of prison and apparently murdered his girlfriend. Not good. Yagami basically decided to quit being a lawyer and instead is now a detective. And this is the game's reintroduction to life as a detective for Yagami. Now this even though this is the first tail segment, this first tail segment does something really nasty. So, you know how usually like we're hiding behind walls and stuff like that? Notice how there isn't a hiding point here whilst he is at the vending machine. That's because he's about to do something real mean. Something that doesn't happen in a lot of the tail segments. He's going to come back. So, you have to keep an eye on your target. I'm not sure why it's not throwing up the timer. There you go. If you don't look at your target, that timer comes up. If you're on harder difficulty, you have less time. You can get certain skills to be able to increase the time, but obviously in the run, we're not going to do that because it's just a waste of skills. Our skill points, we'll get into skill points in a little bit. But it's very, very tight in this run. It's very, very tight. We actually routed some new stuff yesterday, funnily enough, that really helps the early game out quite a bit. Saves a couple of minutes, but it's the exact same upgrade frame that we did before, but it's just earlier. It's a little rough. It's a little tight, especially on money, but I've worked it out to being within 8,000 yen of what we need. And speaking of money in this run is going to be very tight in the first chapter. This is technically chapter 1, but it's also kind of prologue. And this is obviously the last one. I also really, really enjoyed really lots of lore. I am likely submitting a Yakuza to 4. Haven't decided which. I'll actually have a VOD this time, promise. So this again, active search mode. We're going to search for the drone. You will also hear a cat. Every single active search mode, or 96% of them in the main story, even in the side case as well, have a hidden cat in them. And if you find all the cats, you get a trophy. You get a few extra skill points for finding the cats, but most of the time they're out of the way and not actually that quick to get. So what we'll do is you'll see one of them actually in chapter 1. This is the chase system. If you remember any of the older Yakuza games, starting with Yakuza 3, the chase system, it's been revamped for Judgment. It's a lot better. I was gonna put that up there. It is a lot better. Way better. All of these are always the same. And when you get to certain bits like this, where you have like little bits of NPCs, if you can move in time around a group of them, you'll actually be able to dodge QCs, which will save you a couple of seconds, obviously. So he's going to throw 2 objects at us. The first one is random. The second one should be X. Then the game is going to tutorialize us on how to catch targets with the circle button, which, hey, guess what? Only ever happens at one other point in the game, and that's during a side case. Cool. Useful tutorial. So. He's up to a little bit of illegal betting. And we're just gonna, you know, put him in his place. So one of the nice things about Judgement is the fact that it actually has 2 fighting styles. You saw Crane earlier, you're about to see Tiger now. Tiger is more one-on-one, and is way more powerful against one-on-one targets. Crane is good against AoE. You'll be seeing me utilize both. For bosses, it will be mainly, obviously, mainly Tiger. That should be the battle. No, not yet. EX moves are pretty strong as well. One day I will hit him on the ground. One day. EX moves are pretty strong. Especially, no, actually during the entirety of the game, they're really strong. In conjunction with a certain move set we can use, which we can't actually do yet. We will be able to in 30 minutes time? Something like that? Yeah, 30 minutes, I guess. Something like that. And then basically the game introduces you as Yagami, the detective/lawyer. And yeah, there's the famous Kamurocho gates, or the Kabukicho in real life. And now we get into Chapter 1 proper. So, we are currently in December 2018. So, technically Christmas game. All we have is 16,000 yen spending money. That's Kaito. We'll get into Kaito later, because Kaito is awesome. Kaito is the best bro. We're going to go buy a gift for the Genda Law Office. So, as you can see on the minimap, we're being very heavily tutorialized here. Fortunately, there shouldn't be any enemy spawns in this segment. Shouldn't. We will talk about enemy spawns later as well, because they have a very big bone to pick with the enemy spawns of Judgement. Very big one. This is Dwayne. We'll actually get to see Dwayne in a little bit, but for now we're going to purchase some dorayaki. And when we leave, we're going to get into, when the game loads it, another tutorial. And this is where Judgement's fighting gets really awesome. Say to one of Yagami's main priority ways of dealing damage, if I can actually do it, wall running. So the game's now going to teach us on how to get new upgrades. It's going to teach us on how to get the strong version of a wall attack, which you'll see me use a lot. I mean a lot. Because it does enough damage like this. If I actually hit the attack. Happens a lot. Yagami's kind of hard to aim. Sometimes the wall jumps. You'll see me do them a lot, and also a different kind of attack that we'll be getting very soon. So, these thugs belong to the Matsugane family. More specifically, this lad here who you can't really see. His name is Hamura. Captain Hamura. You will be seeing him at various points. Captain Hamura is working for the Matsugane. He's the captain of the Matsugane family, who are a subsidiary of the Tojo clan. You might have heard of them from the Yakuza games. That's a very bad fight spawn. Awesome. So, unfortunately, fight spawns you are completely at the mercy of. It's so much quicker to use the taxi that it's just worth going for it anyway. We don't have a way of dealing with fight spawns just yet. We will do again in about 30 minutes, but the problem is... Actually, I'll describe it when we get there, because that's quite a while away. But fight spawns in Judgement are not fun. Very not fun. They can aggro onto you from half the street away and even start the fight from like half the street away. The little sound bit that I said earlier in the tailing segment is also something that they utilize. So if I was to like walk into a bike or a cone or something and make some noise, they could turn around and just see me and then instantly get into a fight. Judgement's fights for some reason start literally literally half the street away. It's infuriating. So to have early fight spawns is kind of rough. You just met Old Man Genda and then Sayori there. They are 2 of the 4 workers for the Genda Law Office. And now we're going to head to a bar called Tender. Get it? Bartender? That's a fight spawn on the left, isn't it? I've had some real bad luck so far. Yeah. Please don't glitch out. Thank you. Yes, bartender. We'll be frequenting bartender a lot, so get used to that. Oui. Oui. But we're basically getting introduced to a lot of the early systems in Judgment. And also the early plot. Basically, what's going to happen in a little bit is we're going to have to do some work for the Genda Law Office. Here you'll see that conversations have consecutive correct bonuses. If you get the correct bonuses each time, you get extra skill points. Again, we are very tight on skill points at the start of the game, but that actual random fight should enable us to get the skills that we need at the start of Chapter 3. Beforehand, we'd have a buffer of about 60-70 skill points, but now I should have an extra buffer of an extra 70. So that helps a lot. Even though obviously we don't want any optional fights. It is, unlike most Yakuza games where you can get through them without any fight spawns, it is exceptionally rare to get through Judgment without a single optional fight. That's how bad Judgment's, top left, top right, bottom right. That's how bad Judgment's, fight spawns are. So, we're at Camaro PD. There's Captain Hammerer. Is December of 2018, and various Yakuza are turning up dead, with their eyes gouged out. And Captain Hammerer has been named as the prime suspect, and our old friends at the Genda Law Office want us to investigate and see if that's true or not. So we went to Camaro PD, went and spoke with Hammerer, who is adamant that he didn't commit the murders and that he has an alibi. He was at a sauna late last night, so we're going to go over there and see if we can get some evidence to corroborate his story. No fight spawn is nice, thank you. I mean, I just ran past it, but it's fine. Oh wait, that's the normal one, let's skip. So, this guy here works for Sauna Goten. He says that he didn't see anybody like that. This guy doesn't see anyone. This lady hasn't seen anyone. This guy, I believe, has. So, we're gonna head home. Hopefully no fight spawn down near our office. Good. Another quality of life thing that we can do in Judgment: walk on cars. That sounds like the most simplest and basic of things, but honestly, you can get past walking into NPCs that way. It's kind of ridiculous. It really helps. So this is Kaito. Kaito is ex-Matagane, so ex-Tojo. He got expelled for reasons that you will learn in about an hour and a half's time. You have to be very careful with this rest hitbox, because that rest hitbox is actually smaller than a different hitbox that is in that room, which is infuriating, let me tell you right now. But essentially, a third victim was found, hence why Hammerer was arrested. We're going to head to Cafe Miure to meet up with Shintani. Shintani is the... Shintani is the lawyer who we just met in Bartender. He is the one who's presiding over the case with our help, obviously going around doing our detective work. Here, you'll be seeing Cafe Miure a few times. Judgment makes really good use of the map of Kamurocho. So, Shintani has figured out that Hammerer was at a club, Club Amore. He was also seen with the victim. So we're going to head over to Club Amore now. That's a bad fight spawn, so we're just going to ignore it and go this way. So, we still don't have access to our way of dealing with fight spawns, so I'm just gonna take a shortcut, quotation marks, for there. There's fight spawn there, which is going that way, which is fine. Fight spawn down there is fine, because it won't get to us in time. Instead, we'll go here. And active search mode. We're going to walk backwards, because we want to go into Club More after this. You heard the cat. There is the camera. Investigation, and in we go. So we find a worker. And he says that the boss isn't in, so we can't talk to him. We go out to the back. Out the back here is where the body was found. Unfortunately, there is a security camera out here that is broken. So, the security camera wasn't able to confirm that Hammerer wasn't the one that killed him. Nor that Hammerer actually came out of the club when the victim was alive. So, we are going to now go to Mansai Internet Cafe to meet a friend of ours called Tsukumo. Tsukumo is going to help us out with the next part of our little plan to find the owner of that bar. Bar More. So, oh yeah, Judgement has working escalators, by the way. Amazing. Technology. It's great. Makes you go up them faster. So this is Tsukumo. He uses a special program and the likes of social media to be able to pinpoint where the person we need to speak to is. He's over on Tenkaichi, so we're going to run over there. Hopefully no fight spawn, but usually there is one over here. Not sure if it's good or bad, not seeing one. Pretty good. Okay, pretty good. So, this is the man who made the posting on social media, and he's going to tell us that the manager of Club More is actually over at Sushi Zanmai. So we're going to run over there now. Just get ready for that. There's going to be a lot of running back and forth in Judgement, and a lot of loading screens as well. We're really hoping for a PC version of Judgement, because it would cut down a lot of load screens. It'd cut down over an hour of the run, like no joke. So here's Sushi Zanmai, where we find the owner coming out. We need to show him the second picture, which shows him walking out of the club after Hammerer and the victim went inside. And we're going to go back to the club. I'm going to ask him a couple of questions. Left and up. And with that, we've got everything that we needed to know, and we're going to leave. Get a phone call from Kaito. Well up, Kaito. And we're going to go back to the office to rest up. Bad fight spawn, hoping it will despawn by the time we get back to our office. Might not. It might not. We will see. It's a little close, unfortunately. Really bad luck on the fight spawns today already. This is our office. We can't get in while we're in the middle of a fight. I'll run a little bit further to try and despawn it. As you can see, fights in Judgement really don't like to be despawned. Hence why getting into a fight halfway across the street is kind of rough. It can be a massive time loss. There is a huge amount of RNG in Judgement, which sucks. And the fight spawn RNG isn't even the worst of it. Again, you'll find out in about 2 hours. Fortunately, it's marathon safe, but it kills many personal attempts. But we'll see. So this is Mafuyushi, is a rival prosecutor, but still a friend of ours. We're going to chase after her after she leaves. And we're also going to meet up with one of the main prosecutors, is Amida, and we're also going to meet up with the actual head prosecutor, whose name escapes me, but he's not important yet. He's built like somebody you'd expect to fight in this game, but actually you don't. Same with Amida, actually, but no, you don't actually fight him. So, Tsukumo, Tsukumo wants a favor for us helping him out earlier. We're going to go buy him an anime figure from Ever Pawn. So I'm going to turn around, jump over the car. There's a QR code on that poster there. Scattered around town are certain books and also QR codes that if we give us access to certain moves. We won't be getting any of them. As I said, skill points in Judgment's run are very tight. So we will hopefully... And you saw there that I just wasted most of my budget on that figure, Tsukumo. Really don't like how at night it's hard to see enemy spawns as well in Kamurocho. So we're hopefully going to get to Tsukumo without getting into a fight. If we get into a fight, we'll probably take the fight. Well, that's unfortunate. That's a fight spawn in front of us, right in front of where we need to go. So hopefully without bashing into people, just gonna let it go by. That's some really, really rough RNG so far for the fight spawns. Oh, well. Never mind. Never mind, we'll deal with it. And we get Tsukumo's figure. So this is the game's way of tutorializing friend events. You can see our city reputation went up to 1. Become friends with someone. When you become friends with people, you can actually get gifts from them. Tsukumo will give you onigiri every so often. We will actually be making friends with very specific NPCs at points during this run, because some of them, most of them give skill points, but some of them are super fast. We did a little bit of rerouting of that yesterday, which is nice. We're now going to be heading back to the Genda Law office to speak with Shintani. You can see Kaito's already here. So we now have to look around at the body. There's the signature kill of obviously gouging out the eyes. The garbage bags. So, no phone. Eyes gouged out. No blood. Very important point in that last one. So we're now going to be starting. You can see there, that's the footage from the CCTV camera of Hamura roughing up the victim and then taking him into the club. Obviously, there's evidence of... There's no evidence of the victim leaving the club, and there's no evidence of Hamura leaving the club either, because he went out the back. So, the victim is a member of the Kyorei clan. We are going to go and find out where they're holed up. And we're going to use our connections with Kaito's old organization, the Matsugane family. Yes, the same Matsugane family that Hamura is part of. And we are going to find out where the Kyorei are hiding. The nice thing as well is that even though Yagami is a civilian, Matsugane is kind of like a foster father in ways to Yagami, with obviously Genda being the other one. So we now know that they're holed up in a building called KJ Art on Senryo Avenue. So we're going to go and taxi over to Pink Street now. Again, there's going to be a lot of taxiing in this game. I hope you're ready. Pink Street. Thankfully, Pink Street is literally the bottom option. The nice thing about the nice thing about the Dragon Engine is there is a literal plethora of taxi spots. Judgement is a pain because Judgement actually took away 2 taxi spots that would have been very, very useful in this run for some reason. One along the top of the map called the Hotel District and one along the bottom of the map called Nakamichi Street. Even though the game is going to drop us off at Nakamichi Street multiple times. Which makes things even more infuriating. So now we're just going to wait for this to go through. This isn't a proper cutscene.
もしもし。
カイトだ。KJ アートに着いたな。
ああ、そうらしい。カイトさんは今どこ？
KJ アートに向かって右見ろ。
So, once again, tutorializing us on the search feature, we've got to find Kaito. He is up there. It's a little finicky. When you're, like, zoomed in like that, you can't move the cursor very fast, so you have to make sure that you're, like, practically on top of them. And every time we climb this building, we're going to be using this ladder. Always. Always. It's just quicker this way. So, here we're going to get tutorialized on a new aspect of Judgment, the drone. The drone is something you're going to see a lot. Why? You'll see why. You'll probably see why in literally a minute. But anyway, we need to find Murase. There he is. He's a captain, I believe. A captain in the, Oh, he's a lieutenant of the Cure. There you go. He's beating up some poor fella. So he's now on a timer to go back up to the top. So what we're going to do is, in this time, we're going to go look around. We're going to specifically look at this guy. By looking at this guy, he will drop his book. That book is double quick step, which is actually very useful later on in the run. As you can see, we're checking every floor and getting skill points. Murase is moving up to the top floor in real time, so we can't actually, like, we can't actually, like, finish this early. And there you go, chat. We'll get you one cat during the run. There you go. And there he is. Beautiful. So, that's the end of that. So, we're going to decide how to get into KJR, and we are going to put on the disguise. So, we need to go and destroy the heater first. So, I have to make sure I do that, because sometimes I just ran off without doing this, and you can't buy the disguise early. This is like a trigger for the disguise to appear in the shop, so you have to make sure you do this first. The RGG Studio games are very, very well done with their trigger points. In Yakuza 4, for instance, I'm not going to talk about plot stuff for the Yakuza games, just gameplay stuff. But with Yakuza 4's speedrun, or Yakuza 4 as a game, at least with the remaster, there's one, like, story trigger, which is like this, that you just run into. You can run past it in Yakuza 4, and it's the perfect time for us to be able to do other stuff, but unfortunately, because you don't run into it, it doesn't trigger the next story trigger, which means we actually lose a whole bunch of time. No fight spawn. Ooh, lucky. Alright. So you know how we only have 2,881 yen left, right? Yeah, about that. We're going to go to Don Quixote. Good old Don Quixote. Get anything you need here. 2,000 yen for work clothes. We're down to 881 yen. This is very important, because obviously taxis take like 400 yen. So we're very, very tight money-wise, and that's going to come back to bite us in the backside very, very soon. So we're going to do something in the next chapter to alleviate that a little bit, because storyline-wise, we need 100,000 yen in chapter 3? It's either near the end of chapter 2 or the start of chapter 3. We need 100,000 yen. We will have the opportunity to get enough. The story will give us enough, but we have to make some other cash in the meantime. So now the game is going to teach about disguises. You'll see a lot more disguises if you play the game casually and do a whole bunch of the... Oh wait, we need to work close. Well, you'll see a whole bunch more disguises if you play the game casually, do the side cases and all of that. There's some really cool ones, etc. And now that we are in our workman disguise, we're just going to go in and fix the heater that we broke. 5038. So we have to speak to the receptionist, otherwise she'll call us back. In the room. Let's not make the same mistake I did last time and move too far away from the light switch. Look at the blueprints, which is the map. You have to look at this memo on the thing. The safe code is on the laptop. 5038. We get a medical kit and a KJ art key. So we got the key to carry on. And we got a med kit. The med kit is very important, which I'll describe in a tiny bit. Because that medical kit is exceptionally important. It's even more important than the fact that it sells for 20,000 yen. I think you know exactly where this is going. So, here we're gonna fix the heater. We're not a proper repairman, but we're gonna fix the heater the only way we know how. By kneeing it. You know. All these lovely Yakuza gentlemen were a bit skeptical, but, you know, we did our job. And then as we leave, there's this guy who doesn't recognize us. As long as we say we're from a different company, you skip a fight. Skip an entire fight. So I'm going to try and hug the wall a little bit and go into this room. We're going to go and grab a healing item in the corner of this room. One other big important thing about Judgement is... Nope. Sorry. One important thing about Judgement is you can only hold 3 normal healing items at a time. You can stock up on as many food items as you want, but you can only have 3 normal healing items at a time. You can get a skill that increases that by another 3, but that's it. And hello? In the actual speedrun, we won't be getting any of those upgrades. Now, more importantly, what we're going to do, I'm going to grab this healing item. Speed tech time. Look at this door. That's it. That's it. You did it. Congrats, you did the speed tech. It's the most impressive speed tech you've ever seen in your life. 8919. And in here, we'll find another healing item, and as we said earlier, the double quick step skill book. So the only time that double quick step book falls is if you look at the guy with the drone. If you don't look at the guy with the drone, the door, it won't get dropped in there, but you will have another opportunity to be able to purchase it later on, but it costs skill points. So we're not going to use our skill points for that. Heck no. We're gonna use our skill points to buy it. Either way, here comes a cool cutscene. Don't worry, that's definitely me. Don't worry about it. Hope you're all having a good night, by the way. Reminder that Yagami is an actual, you know, he's not a Yakuza, he's a normal person. He's not gonna let somebody fall off the roof. Come on. I'm not playing a Yakuza game here, promise. So, we're gonna change to crane because everybody's together. We're gonna start off by running up the wall and getting everyone together. We're gonna do the 2-hit crane light. Look at how good that combo is. Now everybody's pretty separate from each other. So we'll now start to tiger strap. Again, wall running, so damn strong. You want to come over here for a Joker? I see you don't. I'd say that's fine, but it's not. I kick the can instead of him. That sucks, because that does way less damage than actually kicking the guy in the butt. So, the important thing here is that we end the fight in Tiger style. Judgement does something very new that it's about to introduce us to. Something that none of the other Yakuza games do. And this is the reason why Judgment speedrun is dangerous. Say hello to Murasei. You want to do yourself a very important thing at the start of this fight? Guard. Why? Watch this. Heck you, Murasei. So we're going to get 3 skills. We're going to get boost attack level 1. We are going to get Rising Tornado. Where's Rising Tornado? There we are. And EX Wall Acrobatics. EX Wall Acrobatics will allow us to do heat moves coming off of walls. Rising Tornado lets me get up off the floor. And attack buff should be pretty obvious, I hope. Murasei, I hate it when you do that. Watch the damage. It's good damage. This is also one of the most amazing boss fights you'll hear. So, welcome to Judgment's new mechanic. Not mid-fight QTEs, you'll have seen those in the Yakuza games a dime a dozen. But what comes after? By the way, every mid-fight can only go to a certain HP threshold. For Murasei, it's at the start of his first HP bar. Listen to this drop, by the way. Best music you've ever heard. Say hello to Mortal Wounds. Every mid-fight, a boss will have a mortal attack. This mortal attack, as you can see in my top left, you can't see it very well because I had to EX boost through this, unfortunately. I got the juggle. I got the juggle. So, here's what's cool about Judgment's combat. You can juggle enemies. I'll get into that in a little bit. But you can't see it very well, but you see those chains at the end of my HP bar? He's broken my HP bar because he hit me with that very specific attack. You might be wondering, okay, so what? Basically, my HP bar is now broken until certain points of the game, or unless I heal it. The only way that you can heal mortal attacks is via either a med kit, oh hey, guess what we got, or a guy in the sewers. Trust me on this one. I'll introduce you to him in chapter 2. Don't worry. The nice thing is, because this is the first chapter of the game is going to heal our mortal wounds at 2 different points. So, we speak with Murasei, and Murasei confirms that Hamura couldn't have been the killer. So at this point, we have to wonder what's going on. Hamura, on the night of the murder, around the suspected time of the murder, supposedly assaulted a host. So we're going to go rest up, and then we're going to go do a little more digging into that. But Mortal Wounds is an absolutely brand new system to Judgment. It's not in any of the Yakuza games. Certain attacks, always mid-boss fight EX moves, will always cause your HP bar to break if they hit you. The difference is you can negate that if you are in your EX mode, which is what the game just tutorialized us. EX mode, basically use your EX gauge at the top left, it drains through it. You do more damage though. It's very strong in this game. It is insanely strong in this game. In Yakuza 6's run, we use it to escape death with our, our sadistic strats. In Kiwami 2, we don't get it because it's literally it literally costs you 7 minutes if you get it. Bizarre, that, isn't it? And then obviously, fight spawn. See the fight spawn? Now you don't. So, for some bizarre reason, I still don't quite know. Oh yeah, ragdolls in the Dragon Engine includes bikes. So, because the drone, when you go into the drone, you're not supposed to be able to get into a fight. Because of that, whenever you get the drone out, it despawns every single enemy around you. Hence why the drone is what we use to despawn enemies. Whereas in previous Dragon Engine games, we use the vending machines. This, we use the drone. And the drone we have on us at all times. The nice thing about the... or the not nice thing about the drone, excuse me, is you cannot get it out if you are under a low-hanging roof. So if you're under, like, say, a little overhead kind of like canopy or something, you can't get the drone out. That's going to happen at, like, 3 different times. Now, problems. Big problems, especially in regards to this speedrun. We have to wait for Shintani to call. This is a mandatory waiting segment of, I believe, 180 in-game seconds. Now, if you watched the Yakuza 0 cutscene % run we did for really long, really Lorathon, that's right, really Lorathon a couple of months back, you'll remember that we had a method to skip that time waiting segment by going to Club Sega, playing on an arcade game and quitting out. Hey, guess what doesn't work in this engine? Yeah, so unfortunately we've not found any way in... We've not found any way in this engine to be able to skip past these time waiting segments. Thankfully, That's a fight spawn. That's not good. Thankfully, we have stuff to do in this time waiting segment. We're going to go here. We're going to sell our med kit for 20k. We now have 20,471 yen. Not bad. Now we're going to do a little bit of preparation for later. I'm going to intentionally get my drone out here just in case. The one thing that I have found in regards to... the time waiting segments compared to the old engine is that, thankfully, fight spawns, and when you're in a fight, doesn't seem to stop the time anymore. Which is nice. There is a way to stop time. What we're going to buy here, very specifically, is 3 Jack Daniels and a Wilkinson soda. This is 7,745 yen. We're down to 12,000 yen. More importantly, we have become friends with Alice. We get a music disc, but more importantly than that, you can see in the middle of the screen 500 skill points. Every single clerk of Popo, including Dwayne, who we met very briefly earlier, is a friend event. I see you down there, Fight Spawn, and you know what? Bye. Goodbye. So, at certain points, there are going to be other time waiting segments. There are 2 notorious ones in a single chapter. We will, at those points, be going to make friends with all of the owners of all the clerks of the Popo stores. You might be wondering why we didn't befriend Dwayne earlier, because we literally need this alcohol for later in the game for certain speed tech, and also the... Oh, look, fight spawn. We looked away and there's a fight spawn. And also, if we were to do Dwayne as well, we wouldn't have had the money for the clothes. The way that the Popo friend events work is that every 1,000... No. Is it 1,000 yen? No, it's every 700 yen gets you, like, 10 points. So you have to spend 7,000 yen to get 100 points, and then there you go. I don't know why I'm trying to skip that. You never skip that. So we go see Hamura. Hamura confirms that he assaulted a host on the evening of the murder. So we are now going to go and figure out if he really did assault this host, because he's being a bit coy about it. And Captain Hamura, you know, we're trying to help him out, but he doesn't want to be helped because he's Hamura. So we're going to head back to Bartender. Make that joke every time. I'm going to head to Bartender. We're going to go this route because this route is the safest route from fight spawns. Not completely safe. Do not take that as me saying it's completely safe. Because it's not. It's probably one around this corner to the right that's going to get into a fight with me and I'm going to get upset. It wasn't. Good. Thanks, video game. Thank you, video game. I'm just kicking the chairs in Bartender. Don't worry. Don't worry. So, we learn. And if you've ever played a Yakuza game, you know that if you want to find out about the hosts in Kamurocho, you go to a place that goes by the name of Stardust. Yes, it is the host club over on Tenkaichi Street. I see you down there. I see you down there, Fight Spawn. Get out of here. Will not accept fight spawns, thank you very much. Fight spawns spawn... Right, the fight spawns as well, in Judgment, have slightly different rulings than the usual fight spawns in the Yakuza games as well, which sucks. They spawn way more aggressively. We want dates. Tsukumo is helping us find this host. He is on a date, or at least he has said he is going to go on a date with, I see the fight spawn, get out of here. Or he says he's going on a date with 3 different women. That's another fight spawn, look at this. Look at this. Oh, I'm too close to the thing, so I can't activate it there. There you go. I took a picture, it's fine. I took a picture of the bad fight spawn. There you go. It would have been a really cool moment to have like a cameo from Yuya or Kazuki there, but nope. So, Seiya isn't here for his date. Seiya is the name of the host, so we're going to head to find the next person who posted on social media. We're going in a very specific order. Theatre Avenue. We're going in a very specific order because we want to end up at the one in front of the Millennium Tower last, because we're going to find out where Seiya is, and he's going to be at a yakiniku restaurant goes by the name of Kanrai. Again, if you've ever played the Yakuza games, you'll know where that is. And it's the closest point we can run to, and we don't have a taxi closest to, at the end of this. So this is basically the quickest route. Here's another lady who, yeah, got stood up by Seiya. Surprise, surprise. Now, this technically isn't the quickest way to get to the last lady, but at the same time, it's the coolest way, so we're doing it. Plus, it's actually the safest from fight spawns. You won't go and get any fight spawns inside of the M-side cafe there. But, you know, we get to jump out the window. It's pretty cool. Unfortunately, there's a bunch of fight spawns that appear around here, including that one in front of me.
Sure.
Which is now going to disappear. So, Tsukumo's going to help us out. New post a minute ago. He's eating a canray. Off we go. He is legitimately on a date after promising 3 others dates. What a foolish man. So let's carry on. So we're going to meet up with him in here. We're going to ask him if he knows a Captain Hamura of the Matsugane family. And he's going to get really affronted. Because, hey, guess what? Captain Hamura did assault him on the exact night when the murder took place. And he did it down the alleyway where Kyushu number 1 star ramen is. So we're off to go find out if there was a security camera. Fortunately, Kyushu number 1 is over here. Don't worry about the bikes. They're all insured. They all have Kiryu insurance. It's something that just goes over between protagonists. So as we look here, there's a security camera. Let's hope he's on there. Slight problem. Do you remember Murasei and his wooden sword? He's back. This one's real. So Murasei is back. The great thing, and unfortunately you don't get to see this amazing cutscene, is that Kaito does a drop kick to come help us out. So Kaito is in this fight with us. We are going to start off this fight by trying to take care of the actual ants. Actually, pushing everybody close to each other is pretty good. I need to now get a specific set of skills. Oh, whoops, I've gone right past it. We need Leapfrog, Leapfrog Rush, and Leapfrog Finish. These are very important. Excuse you. I wanted to run the wall. So I'm going to try and run up a wall near one of the enemies for this EX action. You can see with Crane, this EX action hits 3 enemies. With Tiger, it only hits a single enemy. Put the bike down. Those are my strats. I'm watching too many of my Yakuza ones. This is a slow fight so far. Ouch. You'll see that Murasei's HP bar will not go past the midway point. So we have to wait for the mid-fight QT tapper. Excuse you? Sometimes it takes a little extra hit. It's like that in K2. It's like leftover code from K2's weirdness. Happens actually a lot of the Yakuza games. I may have looked away. Don't worry about it. Let's just pretend that's faster. So you can see that he's broken my HP bar a little bit more. I'm just gonna hit him with like, or not. I grabbed him instead, which actually I guess isn't bad. Thanks, Kaito. Oh, please. I am playing real bad. Wow, I'm actually playing terribly. This is good. This is really good. Either way, we check out the security camera, and guess what we find? We find that Hamura did indeed assault the host down this alleyway on the night of the murder, giving him a perfect alibi. So we take the host to go and testify for Hamura, and when we get to court, all of a sudden, the host gets scared and doesn't want to testify. Because for some unknown reason, the Kyurei and Murasei have taken the host's sister, and they say that he needs to testify against Hamura, otherwise, you know, naughty stuff. So, we're gonna head back over to KJR, and we're gonna go and save his sister. And this is where that speed tech is gonna come into play. Remember when we looked at the door earlier? It's actually very important speed tech. Very important. You'd be surprised. It's genuinely important. Once again, we climb the ladder. It's actually a little slower to run up the building because you have to go up and around a couple of times. And you basically walk into walls and stuff, so it's actually a little quicker. It's very, very, very tiny bit quicker to use the ladder. So we meet up with Kaito. Kaito is going to create a distraction for us by grabbing a nearby sign and throwing it through the front door. That's why we love Kaito. Kaito is awesome. And we're going to go back and sneak through. If the game actually registers that I'm trying to get through the door, thanks. Now here comes something super cute, something super interesting. There is actually two ways of lockpicking. There is a second way called a fun turn bypass. Fun fact, this is the only time in the main storyline that you do a fun turn bypass. Fun fact, I have drift on my left stick, so I get terrified every time I have to do a left stick fun turn bypass. But this is the one and only time in the actual main storyline that you have to do this. You do it more in side cases and stuff like that, but main storyline, nope, that's it. That's all you do. Here's the dude. He's kind of a bunch of weapons. That's Leapfrog. Leapfrog is strong, as you'll see. We're just gonna build up our heat against this guy. We want to build up our heat in these fights. That's the important thing. Okay, so off we go. You'll recognize we're using very much the same route that we did on the way in here. So again, exact same lockpicks, exact same doors that we can open. It's a little finicky with the lockpicking sometimes. Cool, thanks. And then there's this guy. So this is one of the reasons why we were starting to build up our heat, is because this guy has a sword as well. So we're going to switch to Old Crane, run up the wall. Miss. Yep, good. Please actually run up the wall, Yagami. This happens sometimes. It's infuriating. I want to do the heat. Action, please. There we go, finally. Because this actually takes out a couple of enemies. It's pretty useful. So, if you hit the style change button, that was what we like to call the Arase dodge. Arase is a boss in the original Yakuza 1. He has this really weird dodge because he uses a gun. Or guns, I should say. For some reason, every single Yakuza game has to have an enemy with the Arase dodge, even if they don't have guns. And it's just it's a dumb dodge that just jumps to the ground and hits you, and you can't hit them, and we hate it. But there's at least one enemy in every Yakuza game that has it. It's great. Be careful of this room because there's furniture, so everybody just likes to kind of kick you about it. I could have juggled him actually. See, that's better. So, remember when we looked at that door earlier? It was all for this very moment. When we go back out here, we have to have a conversation with this guy. Where's the girl? Oh, right. What's the code for the door? If we did not look at the door earlier, we would have to go upstairs, look at the door, come back down, fight him again, and then ask about it. And then we also lose our SP bonus. Perfect, really, isn't it? Nice little bit of speed tech for looking at a door. Could you please? Yes. You can get a skill upgrade that shows you where all the lines are for this, but usually, it's faster just to do it. Please, door. 1370. That was better menuing. There we go. Alright, so, final fight of the chapter. It's just a normal fight against guys. So, again, careful in this room because lots of furniture. Take care of two of them. Two is still left. One of the main bosses, this guy, and this guy. So because I didn't connect, I couldn't actually... Ah, heck, I was hoping to guard that. I don't like you guarding literally everything. Or doing that, I suppose. Okay, you're getting... You're getting EX'd. There you go. I'm playing very badly. Right, there we go. There we go. That's better. That's better. So we rescue the host's sister. The host then testifies in court that Hammerer was busy beating him up on the night of the actual murder, so it couldn't have been him. We get Hammerer off the hook, and essentially, we don't believe that Hammerer was the murderer, but we do believe that Hammerer knew what was going on. So we believe that Hammerer was working together with somebody who we're going to dub the Mole. The Mole being the killer. Don't worry, we can do it. Doesn't matter which option you use here. So we're just going to do the top one. We are going to skill up. We are going to get combo speed level 1. And we're going to go taxi over to Tenkaichi Street. So we need to start pooling a little bit of money, unfortunately, because we are running a little low. I see that fight spawn. Thankfully, I see it before it sees me. One of the nice things about... By the way, we're over an hour into the run, and we just got done with the first chapter, by the way. The first chapter of this game is one of the longer chapters. The other one being the finale. The finale in this game is huge. You'll see. We'll get there eventually. It's going to take us a while, but we will get there eventually. Promise you. So, the game has automatically healed our mortal wounds, which is nice. Thank you, video game. We're going to head to the second crime scene. This was where the second Yakuza murder victim was. Again, we can see that there's garbage bins there. There's also this screw here, if the game will let me actually look at it. Thank you. It's not actually related to the murder at all, the screw. The screw is just a... The screw is just a kind of thing for a side thing in this game, but not just yet. Here's some police chasing a guy called Jester. He is in a mask. He's stolen our phone. By moving to the left and then the right real quick there, you can skip both of those QTEs, which is nice. We can skip this one here. I'm not going to do that. I didn't actually do that, but it did it for me. Okay, cool. Thanks. Lost me some time automatically, which is the game. That looks like you're supposed to go to the right. No, you go to the left. Again, all of these are always the same, so it's a circle. And again, remember that time earlier we could hit circle to catch the guy when we were next to them? Yeah, not this time, huh? Not this time. Cars are always square. I feel for these poor people's cars that we've just dented. So basically, all of these tail segments, or chase segments, are scripted. I actually thought I was far over enough, but I wasn't. Which basically... I'm gonna not do that one. Ah, it was still too close. Okay, never mind. So all of these are all of these scripts are end in a certain place. Hence why the circle to catch people doesn't actually work, because you have to scriptedly get to the end of the thing. Should we try and get triangle circle? No circle, not so. Cool, and that's the end of that chase segment. So we don't know who this is, but they know who we are. So we get our phone back. We were on the phone to Kaito at the time, so Kaito is understandably a little worried. Bless him. Good old Kaito. So we're now... If you remember what I was saying in Chapter 1, we're now going to go and meet not an important person in the game, but a very important NPC. I'm going to go and speak with Genda, but before that, we're going to actually get cut off by the video game, by this guy right here. And we're going to have to go to the sewer and meet Dr. Moroboshi. Dr. Moroboshi in the sewer. He is, he's the one who can heal your mortal wounds. Yep, a random doctor in the sewer. So, see the gate here, and you see how there's like a little bit to the right of the gate? This is one of the worst spawn points for enemy fights in this engine because of this game. To the right-hand side, as we were looking at it there, of the Tenkaichi gate, or the Kamurocho gate, or the Kabukicho gate, as it is in real life, they've opened it up a little bit. So there's no longer an invisible wall right next to it. You can walk down there a tiny bit. There's nothing there. But because you can walk down it a little bit, enemies can spawn down there. And you can't see them. So if there's an enemy spawn that happens there, tough luck, you're in a fight. Nasty little bit of RNG that, but again, it is what it is. So this is Dr. Moroboshi. We're going to tell him that Kondo is calling for him because his friend in the park that we were just at has kidney stones. I have 2 kidney stones. I genuinely do, and I don't ever want to think about them. So this is the last point where the game will heal your mortal wounds. As of now on, the only way to heal your mortal wounds is to pay 20k to Dr. Moroboshi or use a medkit. So that's very important to remember. Hi, Fight Spawn. Hello. Heck you. I was ready for you. You see how they were in the middle of looking towards me? If they'd have seen me, again, if they see you and get the aggro of you, you cannot actually spawn the drone. Very lucky. Very, very lucky. So we're gonna go speak with Genda. We're basically investigating all of the crime scenes of the previous. We're investigating the crime scenes of the previous Yakuza murders. Speak with Genda. Speak with Genda. Don't leave. Always try and leave. I'm sorry, Genda. Every time. I'm sorry. I'm genuinely sorry. This is Hattori. He is a journalist. You'll meet him later. He's an awful person. So, we are going to head back to the Yagami Detective Agency. I'm going to go and speak with Kaito. So, as always, whenever we're going back there, Pink Street. Medkits, ironically enough, are the exact same price as getting healed, 20k. So, basically 20k for a heal, which currently we have less than 20k, and money is very important in this run, especially early on. Mortal Wounds were introduced in the last boss battle. Every boss and certain enemies have attacks that can permanently break your HP bar. Those are the mortal attacks and obviously mortal wounds. This is our landlady. Our landlady, she has a case for us to give us some money, which is very much appreciated because we need that money. We're going to head to Heavy Coffee because a friend of hers, her name is Nariko, a friend of hers, apparently her husband is up to some adultery. And we, of course, are a detective, so it's time to go detect some adultery. Is this where I do the thing now? Yes. So this is where, as of yesterday, we routed in. A little bit of a new route here. We're going to go and make friends with Dwayne. Hey, Dwayne. Dwayne is another of your Popo employees that we get to know. With Dwayne, we're just going to get 7 luxury yakiniku bentos. Thanks, Dwayne. More importantly, he's going to give us a music disc, which we don't care about in this run, but we do care about those 500 skill points. The luxury yakiniku bentos are going to be our Cello Fight Spawn. They're going to be our safety heals. We also need one of them for the storyline. So there we go. Hey, did you all enjoy the first Tale segment? Here's Tale segment number 2. This is the supposed adulterer. He works in Heavy Coffee with his wife. Slightly awkward. We're going to go and hide behind this car because, much like the first Tale segment, Instant turnaround. Remember, all of these tail segments are completely scripted, unless I do something stupid like walk into these boxes on the left. Let's go do that. He will never turn around. The HP bar being small and the mortal wound system is actually a genuine cause for concern in the speedrun, to the point where we will most Yakuza runs, we don't get any HP upgrades when we do our Yakuza speedruns. There are some exceptions. Certain Yakuza games like Kiwami 3, we have to get HP upgrades to get to our attack upgrades. But for the most part, even in certain Yakuza runs, call for Yakuza 6, where we literally cut our defense in half and get literally free shot by final endgame bosses on easy. Yes, I said that right. Even in 6, we don't actually get any HP upgrades. As I said, Kiwami and free, not Kiwami free. There won't be a Kiwami free. Enjoy the free HD remaster if you're on PS4. And if you're on PC, hopefully the remastered collection will come out at some point soon. Hopefully. This guy wasted so much time here. But yeah, in most Yakuza runs, we don't get a HP upgrade. In this game, by default, because of the mortal wound system, and the fact that the final boss, even with 1 HP bar worth of upgrade, can pretty much reshot us, yeah, we get a HP bar upgrade. I said Kiwami free. Nah, y'all, nah. There's no way that multiple of you could have heard that and that I am wrong. No, absolutely not. No way. Nuh-uh. So we're gonna wait around this corner because he's gonna turn around one last time. Nuh-uh. There we go. And we're going to try and do this quite fast, because you can sometimes see us here, which is a problem. Don't walk into the bike, I swear. This is man under NDA is K-free beta test. Now listen. Might be under NDA for something, but I can't say what. Get it? Haha. Bad joke. So we're going to hide behind this vending machine, and he's meeting up with this lovely young lady. So they're going to start to head towards the hotel district. So we're going to follow behind them. This is something that only happens in the story once. Only happens in the game like 3 times. We're going to take a photo mission. We want to be very careful here because of the density of the NPCs is causing problems. You might wonder why I say that. NPCs in the Dragon Engine can be a little bit erratic. As in, they can randomly turn around sometimes when they hit other NPCs. So, ahead of time, I'm going to get our camera up. I'm going to zoom in. We're going to prepare ourselves for the shot. Be very careful in this next cutscene coming up, because somehow we saw the hotel sign from here. Okay. Be very careful here, because in this next cutscene, as you're about to see, I don't want to turn around the corner just yet. Our camera lens is still off. If we hit X here, we fail, and we have to go back to the start of this bit. So here's the game tutorializing us on when to take the perfect shot. He also glitches out after it. I don't understand why. And yes, they enter the hotel together. Uh-oh. That's pretty big evidence right there. So we're going to wait outside. We're going to tail this lovely lady. Tail segment number 3. I told you there's a lot of tail segments. In total, the 2 tail segments put together at this bit is about 10 minutes. Quite long. Not the longest, ironically enough. Whoa, careful there, bud. So she's not going to turn around unless I knock into someone here. But she will turn around a little bit after this car, so we're going to hide behind the car. There we go. As I say, Always scripted, always happens the same way. But some of the timings on some of the hiding spots are a little tight, so because it's a marathon, I will be doing a bit safer strats. Yep, that would be the very final one in the game, and it's also the hardest, and would you believe it, it's also the longest. See you in 5 hours. The run will be over by then. See you in 4.5 hours. So we're going to wait on the other side of the vending machine this time. She's going to start heading that way, and then she's going to turn around. Wait for it. She turned around again. There you go. Pretty much every every tail segment is going to have a bit in it where the person that you are tailing is going to turn around. Just do a 360 on the spot. It's to catch people out. Happens multiple times. Like, I can understand, like, many people dislike the tail segments because they're long and, like, really slow. There's no way to speed any of this up. I'm getting a little close, you know. Somehow this counts as seeing her, by the way. Sure. And unfortunately, there's nothing we can do to speed any of these up, with the exception of the final one. So these tail segments are a little slow. There's not much we can do, sadly. But this is basically the game introducing you to side cases. Side cases are what are called sub-stories in the Yakuza games. As you could probably guess, it's sub-quests. There you go. You get money, experience, or not experience, skill points, money, experience, and also city reputation. There are 50 side cases in total. There are 50 friends. You need to get 50 friends to be able to do the final subquest, and then you need 50 friends and 50 reception to be able to do the final actual sub-story. There's actually a whole... I'm not going to say why for spoilers for those who are going to play this. Genuinely, one thing that I really like about Judgment is what it does with its final sets of sub-stories. Because it just helps make Kamurocho feel like a more connected and personal place. I really, really like what this game does with its sub-stories. A lot. It's something that I hope that the future Yakuza games take into account, honestly. It's really cool. Like, it just the payoff for doing all the sub-stories, not the final sub-story, but the one before the final sub-story, like the culmination of everything, is just really cool. It is really cool, and it makes sense. Anyway, she works in the same building as Noriko's husband. That's awkward. So we're going to go and... we basically go and tell our landlady. Everything gets sorted out. We did a good thing today. We did a very good thing today. So there we go. And then the game says, hey, you can now take on cases at your office. Again, you need to either have a certain city reputation level, have befriended a certain person, or have a certain amount of friends. All of that, basically. There's different requirements. Play pinball. We now play pinball. That pinball game is actually available on Steam. I've forgotten its name, but it is a basic Unity pinball game. Oh, good. Hi, Kasai! This is the Kane Gang. This is Kasai of the Kane Gang. The Kane Gang are a massive pain. So there you go, mid-fight. That's bad. Because at this point, I don't want to have my HP bar broken. Let's build my EX up a bit. Excuse me? So, it's not Sega published, no. So, we'll get into the Kane Gang in a little bit. They're not going to become a problem until about 3 hours into the run. The Kane Gang are basically... there's very interesting... the way that Judgment you technically have two sets of enemies at two different points. You have either the Kane gang or the Matsugane family, aka Yakuza. You'll understand why in a little bit. The Kane gang are going to be our normal enemies for a little while, because we're on good graces with the Matsugane family. The Kane gang are not going to be a problem until about 3 hours into the run, depending on if I get into any more optional fights. The Kane gang are on a timer. They will turn up after you get into either a certain amount of optional fights or a certain amount of time passes. And the Kane gang are very annoying because they're going to get in the way. So, we get a call from Kaito. Kaito is at a place called Koi Bride, which thankfully is just out here. Bad fight spawn, but thankfully it didn't see me, so you can't get the drone out here because we're underneath the roof of the Millennium Tower, despite the fact that you can fly it under there. Which is a shame. It's a very big shame. So, we're going to meet Kaito at Koi Bride. We are here to meet a cop who goes by the name of Ayabe. So... start with a normal fight. We want to get down and basically these guys are going to stop us. They followed us in here. What this actually is something set up by Ayabe to try and... should have discarded that before I did that. Something just set up by Ayabe to try and test us to see if we're the real deal. I dealt with the other guy. One of the real nice things about the Dragon Engine is that your teammate AI is really good. Really, really good. So, something behind the counter. It's a set of stairs. What's beneath Koi Bride? Well, every Yakuza game does need its own underground casino, after all. You can get a trophy here if you double your chips up. What we're going to do is we're going to do the usual Yakuza speedrun method of speeding everything up by playing a few rounds. Whoops, keep doing that every time. We're going to play Blackjack. We're going to go into Blackjack. We're going to then quit out of Blackjack and say never again. And that's how you speed this entire section up. Most of the time, not all the time, there are exceptions, there are a lot of exceptions. If there is a minigame, and unfortunately this always applies to karaoke, if there is a minigame in the main storyline, you can probably skip it. And karaoke is always the one that gets skipped. Say hello to Ayabe. Ayabe is a dirty cop. He's a fascinating character in that he actually doesn't mind also being called a dirty cop. He doesn't care about kind of what people think of him, etc. He sells information for money. You can begin to understand why I said money is an issue at the start of this run. So, he's going to get us some info. In the meantime, we're going to go. In the meantime, we are going to go. Head back to the Yami Detective Agency. I will go in taxi unless there's a flight spawn outside of this place, because sometimes there is, and oh boy, I hate it. Because you can't see it coming, and then it just appears there. There's a flight spawn on the left, that's got to go. This isn't the... no, it's the next chapter. Next chapter? No, it's not this chapter that I have to go to the Millennium Towers. Next time. Pink Street. Going back to our old office apartment. Oh. And off we go. So thankfully the money that we got from doing the heavy coffee mandatory subquest actually gives us enough money. However, as we go back to our office... trouble. We get assaulted outside our office by mysterious assailants who you're definitely not going to see in about 10 minutes' time. Start off with a nice crane combo. Just look at how satisfying that is. and then everyone else is dealt with. That's problematic. Come over here. Look at the damage. As I said, this is EX moves without us getting any EX boosters at all. Your main heat attacks in Judgment are disgustingly strong at all times of the game, which is great. Most Yakuza games we use heat attacks at specific moments because they're like long or they're not strong enough. Judgment, EX moves are insanely strong. Some of them are still like a little too long, but for the most part you want to be using a lot of EX moves. A lot of the Yakuza speedruns are very different. So, for instance, you've got the likes of Yakuza 0 is more brawler-based. Yakuza Kiwami 1 is one of our only... Yakuza Kiwami 1 is one of our only Yakuza runs that has a glitch embedded into the basic combat, interestingly enough. OG Yakuza 1 is an RNG-infested... I can't finish this sentence because we're live in a marathon. Tapioca will be able to tell you all about that. Yakuza OG 2 is a little less punishing, question mark, but it's also still kind of rough. Yakuza Kiwami 2 is a completely weapon-based speedrun. Yakuza 3 is half brawler, half buy 13 guns. Yakuza 4 is you lose your run to gambling 3 hours in and then you buy guns. 5 is 1 hour auto-scroller. We don't talk about 5. We need 35 minutes because it's the cheapest option. And Kanoi-chan? Yes. And Yakuza 6 is sadistic because you just drop your defense by half and don't get anything to supplement it. So, we came here because of the info that we got from Ayabe. We came here to find a certain hostess, but it's actually a trap set by Captain Hamura. Surprise. So we get assaulted, and we're going to go and speak to Patriarch Matsugane and tell him, you know, listen, could you get Hamura to back off, because we're trying to investigate some moiders here. Matsugane, unfortunately, and rightfully points out that ever since Kaito was forced out of the organization by Hamura over a year ago, Hamura is the one that brings in all the money. Matsugane is essentially a figurehead. He doesn't do anything. Essentially, Hamura is the main head, essentially, of the Matsugane. So, Matsugane can't tell Hamura to back off. So we're going to do that. We're going to set up a conversation, a very nice, civil conversation, with Captain Hamura in public at Cafe Alps. I went the very wrong way on that menu there. Nice. It's going to be a very civil conversation, and nothing is going to happen because nothing happens in Yakuza games. I could potentially... Oh no, we've made friends with that Popo. Well, I'm not making friends with the rest of the Popo clerks just yet because I am watching my money very carefully. So here we are in Cafe Alps. This is one of the few times in Judgment where the trigger is actually an area trigger. So you have a confirmation trigger like that, where you have to sit on the chair, or you have an area trigger where if you walk into the area, it will skip to the next piece of, like, story and stuff like that. Judgment doesn't have many. The other Yakuzas do, which is nice. Remember the guy in the balaclava and the baseball bat? Maybe this guy. Kengo. Works under Hamura. Bit of a small fry, but, you know. So, we're gonna leapfrog him, kick him again. Some good damage. Try and do some damage to him. He's gonna try and hit us. No. You can get certain weapons in here. I like to basically, if possible, run up the wall and do this because it's so much damage, but it's really hard to get that off on the little, like, white bins to the very right of the screen that you can see right now. And now here comes the big lad. Say hello to Ozaki. He is rather strong. But again, we're going to start with Crane to try and thin the numbers a little bit. Just do a little bit of damage. We're going to take care of ads before Ozaki, although we are still going to use our EX against Ozaki. And remember, halfway through the fight, he's going to become unhittable. But we should trigger his QTE just before that. Nice dodge. Here we go. Gotta love an enemy that knows how to use his body weight. So, as you know, the mortal attack is coming out. We're gonna have to either interrupt it or deal with it. So we'll go into our EX mode and deal with Ozaki. Decent fight. Decent fight. We'll take that. So, you see Captain Hammer in the back there. We're about to get shot when we get saved by Jester. And now begins one long, what looks like a chase segment, but we're actually running away from the enemy. So if you play this right, you can skip both QTEs here if you get the exact right angle. Which we did. Stay on the left to avoid that one. That one's a little more tricky to get, so I'm very proud of myself there. Right hand side for these group of NPCs, and then this one you always have to hit. Triangle on this lad. Left then right, you probably have to hit the right one because there's not much time to get past them. And now comes an absolutely amazing segment. Enjoy this. We call this Back to the Future. Try and see if you can figure out why. And this is why we love the Yakuza series, by the way. The sheer over-the-top absurdity that is in these games is amazing. This is why we always suggest to people to play the Yakuza games, because you'll love them. It has that perfect mix of action into comedy. And super cool moments, such as this. 360 kickflip. Bye-bye. So as long as we don't hit anybody here, you can actually stay on the skateboard until the very end of this road. Unfortunately, here you do have to get off it. You always have to get off it here, sadly. But if you stay on it, you basically save yourself a good 20 to 30 seconds, depending where you fall off. Nice, got it again. It's left for this one, correct? Yep, left into right, into left, and then this one shouldn't work. Good. And that's the end of chapter 2. And here's the end of chapter 2. Not too bad. Better than my chapter 1. Much better than my chapter 1. My chapter 1, we're not going to talk about that. As a reminder, we do have autosave on. Mostly because of the end of the game. There's something a little weird. There's something just a little weird. So, old Jester walks off. We're going to go back to the office. But first, we're going to level up. Now, because we got, I need combat speed 2 and finisher. You'll see, we only have 29 spare skill points for it. That's how tight this new route is for getting those. But essentially, with combo speed 2 And with triple finisher, with certain fights, we can now perform infinite combos. Yes, I just said infinite combos. It's actually very important if we can get the infinite combo off, but probably not. It's very hard on certain enemies. This is Toru Higaishi. He is a member of the Matsukane family. Was working as an underling for Kaito before, but is now a very prominent worker beneath Captain Hammerer. He's come to our office and he has ransacked the place. So Kaito sees that he's changed from the time that he was in the Matsukane family and asks us to keep an eye on Higaishi, which I'm fairly certain you'll know what that means. Tail segment number 4. This is tail segment number 4 in chapter 3, by the way. Now, be very careful at the start of this tail segment. Look towards Yagami's feet. Look at how cheeky that camera angle is with this cone. You walk into that cone, it's gonna make him notice you. We have a little bit of leeway at the start here. We can also sprint in these sections. We're not going to. We are going to... We've got a little unfortunate with the NPC spawns on this side at this point, but what we're going to do is we're going to carry on walking forward, and we are going to hurry up a little bit and hide here behind the cow of the beef zone. This restaurant is called the Beef Zone. That is definitely what you call your barbecue restaurant, is the Beef Zone. It's a good name. Direct, to the point, absolutely beautiful. So, we're now going to give him a little bit of leeway here, and we're going to hide behind this car. Again, every bit here is completely scripted. I'm sure there must be a restaurant somewhere in the world called the Beef Zone. There must be. Wouldn't surprise me if it is actually also in the real life Kabukicho. Because a lot of... And he turns around. There you go. A lot of the places and a lot of the companies in the Yakuza games and Judgment, like Sushi Zanmai over there, are real establishments. Don Quixote is as well, but unfortunately the license for Don Quixote is no longer in the Yakuza series. Which sucks. So that familiar jingle of Don 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 Quixote is no more. Actually got patched out of the remasters. Genuine shame. Because that is almost as iconic in the Yakuza games as punching people with bikes. So that's the end of the first part of this tail segment. It's not the end of this tail segment. So we can see that Higaishi is actually sticking up for some of his underlings. Shows that he is looking out for them. He's not going to turn around for quite a while, so we're just gonna follow him, as you do. And give him a tiny bit of space so he doesn't turn around and hear us. Just going to walk into that guy. Get turned around. And he's going to head off to the Popo. Presumably to buy some food. So we're going to head off after him. I do love the little effect of like walking in puddles and stuff as well. This engine really is gorgeous compared to the old one. All of the different individual lights on, like the neon signs, etc. Really, really nice. So he's going to go in there and start speaking to the shop clerk. We're going to hide right here. I am going to attempt to do something real quick. What just happened? Do I have time to do this? I don't know. Let's find out. Kind of. Not really. Give me a second. I won't have a second. Heck. I kind of do. I'm a little late here. Do I really want to... Yeah, I'll risk this. This is fine. This is the end of this part anyway. Cool. There we go, look at that. See, I forgot to sell out that we went live on Twitter. Social media is important. There we go. It's alright, we lost them, it's fine, don't worry about it, we have plenty of time. We actually do. And there we go. It's not even up as the endpoint yet. There you go, look at that. Didn't lose any time at all. Beautiful. Actually beautiful. Alright, so Higashi is going to head into this little arcade that goes by the name of Charles. We are going to disguise up. It's time to go back to a beanie and some sunglasses. The perfect disguise. The absolute perfect disguise. Look at that. No one will ever tell that it's us. And unfortunately for this poor employee who's going to tell us that we can't go inside, we're going inside. Unfortunately, he's in the way. Not for long. So, we now have triple finish up, so what we're going to do is we're just going to triple finish him, if he even survives that long. He did. There you go. Yeah. You've seen that move a lot. That move is strong. That move is actually ridiculously strong. So, we find out that Higashi is actually, he's pretty chill. He's not actually this really hardened kind of yakuza. We find out that Kaito got expelled because he was guarding the office one night and somebody came in whilst he was there and robbed the safe whilst Kaito was on duty. The reason why Kaito didn't fight to get the money back is because Higashi was hiding in the corner. And if Kaito had done anything, it could have caused harm to Higashi. So Kaito took the hit and left voluntarily. What we're going to do now is we are going to head back to the office and we're going to speak to Kaito and we're going to ask Ayabe to get us some information on that money being stolen. Which means, again, we need some money. I believe it's 100,000 yen. We're currently at 72. We should be fine. Should be fine. With my current amount. Should be fine. About the stolen money. There you go. Should. Okay. I'm very confident.
Tender.
Back to bartender. As always. It's a very, very creative name, bartender. I like it. I like it a lot. Is there anyone around this corner to upset my day? No. Good. Very good. We will eventually get a method of... We'll eventually get a method of being able to tell where enemies are, but we can't actually access the place where that skill book is just yet, and we don't have the money for it. Fortunately, we get the money around the time that we actually gain access to being able to get in there. So, what we're also doing now is we're trying to find out information on that mysterious jester who saved us earlier. And we hear about this group of masked thieves going around Kamurocho, stealing jewels and stuff. So, I guess you could call them the Phantom Thieves. So we're going to go and find out what their deal is. And we actually meet up with one of them here. His name is Crow. He is the current leader of said thieves. Jester used to be an actual member of said thieves. However, he left the group for one reason or another. No way, wig on the floor on the right, don't worry about it. But there is a copycat Jester supposedly going around, so we're going to go and find them. So once we can go into Tenkaichi Alley here. Climb up the old ladder. Get a lovely little cutscene as we go around the corner. So he's actually on the other roof, but thankfully the game takes you over there. And we're going to leave this roof the only quickest way we know how. We're going to mess it up. You're not supposed to fall all the way, you're supposed to fall down. Saves a good, like, 7 seconds or so. Oh well. Never mind. So, we've heard sightings of the thieves over on Senryo Avenue, so let's go over there now. I'm ready for that fight spawn on the right. Nope, not this time. Not this time. Again, Senryo Avenue is off of Pink Street, so once again, the Pink Street taxi spot is perfect. Absolutely perfect. We'll be using the Pink Street taxi spot a lot. Like, more so than you can probably count. But also than I can count, that's for sure, because I've never tried to count it. Nice fight spawn, goodbye. Get despawned. So, we see two of the thieves. They are running away from the cops, and they say that they're going to go hide out at the Camero Theatre garden, which is like a little garden above the Camero Theatre, just in front of the Millennium Tower. Is that a fight spawn? I believe it is. It was. It's really hard to see the fight spawns in nighttime Kamurocho. Theatre Avenue. Thank you. But thankfully, when you know where they are, you can kind of figure it out and go, oh, yeah, that's an enemy. Right, we need to talk about something in this chapter, by the way. We're getting close to it. Those who have seen Judgement runs or know of Judgement, the actual game itself, know of a certain thing that's coming up in this chapter. 2 hours in to the 6-hour speedrun, there is a massive bit of RNG. It's not the worst RNG in the Yakuza series. That would be you, Yakuza 4. I'm looking at you. But essentially there is a big, massive bit of RNG in this chapter that kills runs. Because if it goes well, and it's completely random, you save 5 minutes. If it doesn't go well, you literally lose like 5 minutes. Absolutely infuriating. And you'll be seeing it real soon. And it's a mini-game, and it's an unskippable mini-game. No fight spawn? Nice. So, here's the real thieves beating up the fake guy. So we're gonna stand up for him. We'll take them out. Once again, having triple finisher at this stage. Destroys almost everybody. I'm actually... Ah, you guarded that. Heck, that would have been reasonably fast. We want to end the fight in Tiger Star. Very important, because here comes Crow, who asked us to find information on Jester. We're gonna show him that actually he is kind of corrupt. Nope, too early. And that they're not up to any good. So, we're gonna start off with the usual. We're gonna leapfrog, kick, EX. Actually, EX mode it up. Missed completely. Nice. With that combo right there, you can juggle off of that. So you can do the infinite juggle off of that. You can also do it off of a couple of other combos as well. So now we can get side quests at Bartender. You can see that we have 120,000 yen. That is more than we need for Ayabe. And funnily enough, Ayabe has our info right now, as long as we have that 100,000 yen. Once again, on the right-hand side of your screen, there's a wig. Don't question it. Don't worry about it. So, head home, Pink Street. Oh boy. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Everybody who everybody who knows this run knows what's coming up next. Well, you're not looking forward to this. I'm really hoping for some good RNG because literally the reason why I set my estimate as 20 minutes later is because of the potential finale freeze and, more importantly, the next upcoming minigame.
Yes.
Oh, it's not time for Mario Party, it's time for virtual reality Mario Party. So, Ayabe lets himself in but brings the info. Because we have the money, we just go through the cutscene as per normal. We don't have to wait for anything else. Utilizing this info, we can determine that the person who stole the money from the safe while Kaito was on duty was a man called Red Nose, a homeless man. There goes my money. So we're going to go and find some info on this Red Nose. We make the assumption that they must have had an informant on the inside, because there's no other way he'd have realized that the office was empty at that time. So, we need to go find out if Red Nose is still alive. You'll see on the minimap there are multiple people to talk to. There is only one correct answer. And we're going to go and taxi to him right now. Please, no fight spawn. That's a fight spawn, but I saw it in time. Heck yeah. I really don't like that fight spawn. That's one of the worst is going down this street. I was going to say, please despawn the drone. Thank you. So, we're going to head to East Shichifuku Street, because that's literally right next to where we need to go. This is a new taxi spot as of Judgement. Very nice taxi spot. Do appreciate that. And we're going to talk to this lovely homeless man here. Now, this homeless man has the information for us, but he won't give it to us for free. Instead, he wants us to use a ticket to Paradise Virtual Reality to win him a luxury meal ticket from a game that we like to call Virtual Reality Mario Party. This is where runs die. This is the entire reason why Judgement runs are very nasty. Because 2 hours into the run, or just under 2 hours into the run, is a massive bit of RNG that can cost you 5 minutes. Let's find out how our luck is today. So this is the receptionist. Her poor name is Naisu Daisu, because she has the dice, and obviously the whole thing of this game is dice, as you'll see. It is Mario Party, after all. So, it works a little differently than Mario Party, but it is essentially Mario Party. We have a certain amount of dice to be able to go around the board. We want to get rid of those dice as fast as possible. There are a certain few squares on the map that will get rid of those dice, so we really want to hope that we actually hit one of those. Whether we do or not is completely random. That is one of the worst starting hands we could get, because we get into a fight. Fights obviously take a long time, and they give you extra dice at the end, which basically means that you are now delaying Mario Party. So, quite possibly the worst start we could ever get. What the heck? How did you bounce my attack off? Yeah, so you'll see on the right-hand side we're going to get an extra dice. The only upside to this is we're getting a tiny bit of extra money, which will give us a little bit of a buffer in the run, but that's literally... we don't need it. For marathon safety purposes, I appreciate it, but we really don't need it. Okay, gift space. This is fine. Gift space is fine. So, we're going to get an item from this lovely shopkeep. Got some pearl earrings. I need not a 1. 4 is a fight to the left. I can't remember what it is to the right. Let's see. Fight to the left. Present to the right. We'll go to the right. So this is the very basic course. The nice thing is, we can actually go backwards. There's a fight forward, so we're going backwards. Unfortunately, safe. Please have the normal one, not the fun turn bypass. Nice. Normal one is much faster. This is completely random whether you get, like, how many, like, little bits to do on this. But this one is obviously way faster than the fun turn bypass. It takes, like, 30 seconds. So hopefully we don't run into a fight for this next dice. 4. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fight. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a fight either way. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Wait, hold on. What was backwards? Can't go backwards because we actually beat the fight there. Hold on. Hold on. We might be able to go this way. Might be able to do this. Nice. 5. That's good. That ends it. Alright, so this was a little rough. This was not great. This lands us on the empty dice space. We don't have any dice anyway, but this will end it. You want to land on this, but it's completely random, which sucks. You can... Here's the bad thing, right? For 12,000 SP, that's a lot of SP, you can get a special skill that slows down the dice so that it's actually a lot less random. The trouble is... you don't get access to that until after this blooming tutorial. Thanks, video game. So there's nothing we can do to actually help with that minigame at all. That's a fight spawn on the right. I'm getting rid of you. Bye-bye. So that sucks. That was, I'd say, less than average, but not awful. I have had turns of that take, like, literally 5 minutes. Definitely not fast. You can finish that in, I believe it's 2 dice rolls. It's either 2 or 3 dice rolls. You can literally end it, like, instantly. As long as the second dice gets you onto the negative dice block, you can actually just end it after that if you get lucky. It's really nice. It's so nice. So... even if you didn't get in the meal ticket, it doesn't matter. He'll give you some information anyway. We can find out about Red Nose with a group of homeless people over in Children's Park. So we're going to head over there now. Yet again, taxiing over, of course. West Chichifuku Street's taxi point also gets used a lot, considering, again, the law office is up here. This is probably the most used taxi spot out of all of them. That or Pink Street, one of the two. It's very nice that it exists. Anyway, here's some homeless guys. So, they know Red Nose. We're gonna go to one side, hopefully. Just the absolute satisfaction from that early combo. Just to take care of so many enemies. Quick twirl. One of you can come over, I'd appreciate that. Ah, that's a shame. We'll leapfrog this guy because that'll kill him. Or not. You got me? Cool. One day. One day. So. we find out from the homeless lads as well that Higaishi was actually skulking around the office at Higaishi was skulking around asking for Red Nose after the robbery went down as well. So it's time to go and confront Higaishi about it. Like Ali. Not Joe. No, not Joe. We don't talk about Joe after Yakuza 6 and his constant interrupting of the speedrun. Go away, Joe. I don't want to do Clan Creator, Joe. Please. I'll like it in my own time. Stop forcing it on me. As you can probably guess, Higaishi's not too happy with the accusations, and we're going to get into a fight. So once again, much like every boss fight, we're going to get into about half HP before he goes into his... That missed. Before he goes into his unhittable phase, so we're just going to deal with as many enemies as we can. Now, one thing in regards to Leapfrog is that bosses can throw you around. So, he's going to go down to half HP from this successful QT. You'll see that his HP won't go any further. Now he's going to do his EX attack. We get a little bit of heat from that, which is nice. That's bad. That's fine. I at least didn't take the EX, because remember at this point we are literally taking all of the mortal attacks, so we don't want to... Wow, Higaishi, I don't like that you just interrupted that. Thanks, Kaito. I need to try and get the infinite out. I knocked into the machine. That sucks. It's fine. EX through that. Kind of rough fight. It's fine. It's fine, but kind of a rough fight. Anyway, we accuse Higaishi of having murdered Red Nose to get the money back. However, Higaishi actually did find him, but it turned out that Red Nose, we found him in the sewer, great, had actually been working with Captain Hammerer the entire time. Captain Hammerer wanted Kaito gone, because Kaito was Hammerer's rival, and this is how he did it. And that's exactly how it happened, and Kaito got expelled. So, that's why, essentially, Captain Hammerer is now essentially the head of the Matsugane family, and Matsugane himself is just a centerpiece. We also get a little bit of backstory on Yagami, in that his parents had been unfortunately killed, and he became a lawyer, or he wanted to become a lawyer because of that. And now, obviously, he is a detective because of everything that happened with Ukubo Shinpei. Right. Chapter 4. So, a Kyorei clan assassin, yes, the guys from Chapter 1, tried to kill Hammerer outside the Matsugane family office, but accidentally kill one of his subordinates. What this means is that Matsugane is now going to go into hiding, and we're not going to know where he is. So, we're now going to go and warn... We're going to go and see Higaishi. He's going to tell us about all of that. Oh, here we go. Wait. That was that them? That was no. I thought that was going to be our Kane gang spawning in, but not yet. Not yet. I'm always so paranoid of a fight spawn here. I always get my phone out. Every time. Oh, right. We actually... No, wait. There is a domestic lawyer situation that we have to settle right now. Gotta go and settle this right now. So. Let's head over to the Genda Law office. There is trouble afoot. As we get inside, we see that Hoshino is being bombarded by an angry, a very angry Suri who's very upset that her cake is gone. They are accusing Hoshino of doing it because he was the first in the office. We're going to prove his innocence in a really cool kind of mini Phoenix Wright-esque segment. Excuse me. Go check the fridge. So we see melted ice, empty milk cartons. So we're gonna start with the empty trash can because there's no trash, there's no evidence of it. Oop. We're gonna objection. Look at it, he did the thing. He did the thing. There you go. We're gonna show the milk cartons that have been emptied out. And then we're gonna show this notice of power outage. Nobody ate the cake. And nobody did eat the cake because Genda took it home because they shut the power off at night. There was a big power failure and they shut the power off at night. Or there was like a maintenance being done. So there we go. We helped out old Hoshino and Roth. We even do the Phoenix Wright finger point. It's good stuff. So we're gonna meet with Higaishi over in Charles. Higaishi is now basically, we're basically bros with Higaishi now, and you know, do all of that jazz. Nope. Make sure I scroll my notes down so I can see everything. Doors, excuse me. Doors are slow. Doors are slow. In speedruns, we leap via windows, apart from one window, which is a bit weird. There's a window that's like not that high up, but we still don't jump out of it. It's really annoying. I wish we could. But genuinely leaving via the window is quicker than using the door. And I'm not even joking. Like, you might think I am. I'm not. We're not doing it just because it looks cool. Literally, it's fast. What is a door? You know? A window is technically a door to the outside. It's just much smaller, right? You don't leave via the window, but you could. You don't want to. We're gonna head to the beef zone. All right. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. No, no. So, when we get to the beef zone. Oh look, it's Kasai and the Kane gang are up to no good yet again. Say hello to Renji Honda. He sure as heck looks like Shakedown and kind of acts like it at times. So, this is a very hard fight to do properly. I'm going to kick him over there and then hopefully kick him a bit more over this way. Honda's! I didn't want to kick him this way because I need him near a wall for this. Come on. Oh no. That's why you don't want to get hit by Reiji Honda's EX mortal attack. That's bad. Oh, you had to do the counter. Get out of it. So, that's a mortal wound. That's what happens. I've lost half of my HP bar. I'm going to have to get a different upgrade a lot earlier than I wanted to. That sucks. I'm going to have to get that HP upgrade now, which I didn't want to. So now the Kane gang can turn up. You see the threat level, blah, blah, blah. As I said, at this point, they're going to turn up randomly, probably in the next hour or so. This guy on the floor, we're actually going to help out later on. Not yet. I'm not going to go visit Dr. Muraboshi because I need to keep my money. I'm actually trying to decide if I want to use my medkit yet or not. I'm playing very badly tonight. This is not good. Not good in the slightest. So we go to warn Shintani that because Hamura, who we feel is connected to everything, we go to warn Shintani that basically... I'm not walking away from you this time, Genda. Wait. Oh, wait, it's this first. Oh, yeah. Shintani's not here. We gotta wait. We gotta do a kind of submission, but because Hamura was attacked by the Kyurei, and because Shintani was his defense lawyer, we want to warn Pig Street, not Pig Street Entrance. Oh, no, Pig Street Entrance. We want to warn Shintani that he might also be in danger because, obviously, you know, his defense lawyer, blah, blah, blah. But for now, we're going over here. I'm going to search for Azusa Otaki, who is this lady here. So this is another mandatory side case that we have to do. We're going to head over to find her daughter Karen, who's over on Nakamichi Street trying to make some money so that she can buy some tickets. Azusa is basically trying to get divorced from her husband, who is an ex-Yakuza. Karen doesn't want her parents to get divorced. She just wants them to be together in a happy family. You know the drill. We're gonna help out. We're gonna do our detectiveness in this case. We're gonna be lawyering up. I'm gonna taxi back over to the Genda Law office. I'm in trouble. I'm just trying to think of what I want to do. I might... Do I do it ahead of time? Do I really risk this? I shouldn't risk this. This is a marathon. Also, I'd just like to point out, I was half of my HP bar after after I had blocked the first hit. Imagine if I didn't block the first hit as well. So we're gonna head to the Love Hotel. There is a Love Hotel where supposedly the boyfriend, not the husband, but a boyfriend, a different man, was spotted with Azusa going into a Love Hotel. We're gonna go and make sure that was the case. Again, it's all just side stuff. It's not important to the plot at all. Hello. There we go. Here's a guy with a knife. This is the guy. This is the guy. Very bad form with that knife. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna teach him proper form. Kick him over. Kick him again. Kick him again. I was really hoping to get my meter built up for that, but unfortunately we didn't, so I have to supplement it with a normal combo. If we managed to get our meter, we would have just EX'd him on the ground. We're gonna go to the Love Hotel, and the owner has a DVD, and that's not our girl. That's somebody else completely. So we've got our evidence, apart from the fact that the guy with the knife breaks the laptop, and apparently there's no other video evidence of it. So back here we show that Karen just wants everyone to get along. He turns up with the actual evidence. He found it. We, quote, buy it with the funds from, again, the law firm, and somehow we get money. We're now sitting at a cool 349,000 yen, I think. I hope so. So we now have a bunch of money. And more importantly, Shintani's back. So we can carry on with the story now. We're going to warn Shintani about, obviously, everything. Shintani is angry and tells us to drop the search for the mole's murders because there's something bigger than a Yakuza squabble. We don't know why. We don't know what this is. So we kind of realize at this point Shintani knows something about the mole that we don't. And Shintani refuses to actually help us. So what we're going to do is we're going to head over to Bartender. Of course we're going to head over to Bartender. Why wouldn't we head over to Bartender? Always Bartender. Top left, top right, bottom left. Must remember that. Top left, top right, bottom left. These are all... that's a fight spawn. Ooh, go away. These are all drone parts we're picking up, by the way. There's a mini game where you can do drone races and make parts and stuff. That's what all these screws and stuff are for. Top left, top right, bottom left. So we get some info about the Kyurei and the Matsugane families from Ayabe. Thank you, Ayabe. I'm going to leave now. And we're going to, with Kaito, decide to go and have a gander and see what the Kyurei are up to, because they did try and just kill Captain Hammerer after all. I am going to... This is something new to Judgement. I am going to set... Oh, wait. Ah, it's not the one I wanted. I want my bento. I'm going to set item shortcuts. Item shortcuts are actually brand new to Judgement. It's something that I kind of wish was in the older Yakuza games, but yeah, it's lovely. We can basically heal during a fight now, and that's gonna be... There's gonna be my safety net with this whole half-broken HP bar. So, we have to take Kaito to the roof. Kaito actually follows the way that you go, and again, it's quicker to take Kaito up the ladder than it is up the stairs. Surprising, I know, but... There we go. Here we go. So now we're gonna get our old buddy the drone out. And we're gonna fly over and see what's up with Murasei. Unfortunately for us, Murasei was waiting. And so was somebody else, someone called Shioya. And they're about to kill us when old Jester appears and saves us again. Here comes the boss fight. This is why I'm a little worried about my HP bar. Trouble is I can't get any HP upgrades yet, because again, very, very tight skill points wise. Kick this guy on the floor. So, we want to take out all the ads in the fight first, because the mid-fight EX for Shoya doesn't actually come out. I really wish you hadn't interrupted that move. Doesn't actually come out until you've dealt with most of the enemies. And again, as you can see, his HP will not go past the halfway point. Now comes the dangerous part. So, we're just gonna interrupt his EX with Az, which is very useful. Switch back to old Crane and try and build up a bunch of EX real quick. Don't like that you did that, Shuya. Wish I hadn't locked onto that guy, but we did. Love this move. This move is so good. I need to EX that, otherwise he's gonna kill me. Oh god. Yeah, I'm just gonna heal my HP bar. Yeah, I'm just gonna take the safety heal. We're not leaving that HP like that. That was terrifying. That was very bad. that was not good. So we're down a med kit. This is unfortunate. Usually you don't want to use a med kit during the run until endgame. So here's Jester. His name is Sugiura. Handsome looking chap. So, he's a former systems engineer for the Kajihira Group, a construction conglomerate that acts as a front for the Kyurei clan. Yes, very important. He's been investigating the Kyurei to find evidence to clear his name. And he says that we're tied. That's a... Nuts, right as I got to the taxi. Nuts. Nuts. Almost had it. Almost had it. Because he obviously has plans to the the Kyorei, he thinks that we should join forces against the mole. And yeah, we'll do it. Yeah, we'll join up. Oh, this was the Millennium Tower one. This is the one I was supposed to remember. There's one phone call that interrupts you from going to your office, and it's this one. Always forget it. I don't lose too much time going to the Pink Street taxi spot, which isn't too bad. But if you go to the Millennium Tower, it is like 5 seconds closer. Boy. Hey, you'll like the tail sections of this game. I know you do. So even though don't join in as an option, you have to join in. This is your friend Mary. You have to figure out what her occupation is. So she has hair. Yes. She has a necklace. Cool. She has clothes. Cool. She doesn't have a ring. So we get 3 choices to figure out her occupation. Clearly, she's a doctor. Very clearly. Here's the thing. None of the answers you get given are correct. And she won't tell us. Which means... in Chapter 4, Tail Segment number 5. And this is a long one. Once again, like at the start of every Tail segment, get behind the sign because guess what? Instant turnaround. Instant turnaround. Thank you, Mary. Appreciate that. Let her go a little bit. We don't need to... she won't turn around until she gets around the corner, but we're just going to be, you know, a little careful. You know, don't want to overstep ourselves too much here. I don't need to hide here, but I'm going to just in case. Sometimes she can walk into an NPC that comes by from the right and just look around. Very rare, like exceptionally rare. Even though we're losing, we don't really need to run because she's going to turn around not at this corner, but the next one. She will have already been turned around at this point, so she'll be waiting. There you go. She's going to turn around again. Again, as said earlier, all of this is scripted. Just gonna walk off now. I want to try and be as reasonably quick as possible here. Need these people to please get out of the way, because I need to get behind this wall here. Again. Goes around the corner, and thankfully, unless we bump into some garbage or anything like that, that is it for Tail segment number 5. Nice and quick, eh? What a nice tail segment. This is the final point. So, Mary the entire time knows that we're following her. So... she's going to send us a text and say, you know, a friend of mine has a little thing going at beauty salon, you know, stop following me. So we're going to do the sensible thing as a detective. We're going to disguise up. Say hello to tail segment number 6. Did you think we were done? Nope. Nope. Not yet. We don't get to be that lucky. So she doesn't turn around at the start of this one. Hooray. Again, watch out for that cone. Watch out for these small little objects all around the place. So she's going to walk past Froobmcguffin. This is a new mahjong parlor. Ooh, she got stopped by that guy. That's kind of rough. Although thanks to that, we can actually get to this one in time. Because again, as you see there, very tight. I mean, you say that. Here is some hot Yakuza lore for you. The actual hobos of Kamurocho are working for an informant called the Florist. And they all have access to proper, like, electronics and stuff like that. The hobos of Kamurocho are basically a giant information network. So, whilst, yes, kind of weird, actually not. Surprisingly not. So she's going to carry on walking for a while. Might have to run because I got caught up by these guys here. Not too close. Otherwise she will hear us. Have to be quite quick for this one. Can hide behind the electrical box, but as you'll see in a second, she doesn't go too far. Yeah, it is this game's version of auto-scroller, sadly. And there's a lot of these. Here's the nice thing about tail segment number 6, though. This is the last tail segment until we get to the last hour and a half of the game. So I can move up if I want. We're not going to. We're going to wait. Because I believe she turns around one more time. Or am I wrong with that? I am wrong with that. It's around the corner. But the nice thing is, we can run this one. She does turn around this corner, though. So we're going to get to about here. This isn't a hiding spot. But again, as long as you aren't... Like, as long as you're not visible, you won't be seen. There she goes. What I really don't get about this part is she's going that way. Down that road. But no, she's going the long way. This is the trouble with the tail segments, is that the tail segments are just... They're kind of monotonous because they really break up the... Oh, I don't want to touch anything there. They really break up the gameplay parts, and not necessarily in a great way. I don't mind them. I obviously find them boring in the speedrun because they go the same way each time. There's a lot more of them in the game with the side cases. The ones in the side cases also aren't as long as the ones in the main story. Which is good. I can move quite far up here. We're not going to. We're just going to sit here. Mostly because at the end of this, she's going to turn to go to the right. And when she turns to go to the right, she can actually see you if you're a bit close. So we're just going to stay behind. She's still there. You can get, as I said, a couple of upgrades in your skill tree to help with this part. Like, I think you can get like a bigger like highlight, like visible field around them. It really doesn't matter. You can barely see her, sure, but she's just gone behind the sign there. There she is. And you know you're looking at her anyway, because if you're not, the game will tell you that, hey, you're not actually looking at her. Like so. So I want to be a little careful. She's going to cut to the right. Just don't want to get seen. Because this is a marathon, I'm going to play safe strats here, and we're not going to move. This next one is a little tight on the timing. We'll be fine as long as we're here. Yeah. The next one is as well. We can't see her, but she is going to turn around in a second. You don't mind moving? I'm being a detective right now. Promise you she's turned around at this point. You just can't see. Please move, because I need to see. She must have turned around at this point. Yeah, she did. Please move. I am an official detective, I promise you. I am using my powers for obnoxious side content. Which is a shame, because most of Judgment's side content is brilliant. Like, actually really brilliant. So I'm gonna hide here. This should be the last time we have to do this, because the last one is this lamppost, and I don't think she turns around again. If she does, I've forgotten one. So you'll probably recognize where we've waltzed to at this point. Yep, this is Coy Bride, and you'll remember what's at the bottom of Coy Bride, don't you? So again, all of the choices to find out Mari's occupation are wrong, because she isn't a doctor, she isn't a CEO. She's actually, as you already know, because you know what's on the other side of this door, an avid gambler. But she gives us some money, so I can't complain. We're now almost at 400k, which is very important because we need more. Well, actually we don't. We've got enough for the run at this point, but money does get a little tight if we're not careful. We will be spending a lot. We'll be spending pretty much probably 7/8 of that money during this run. If I spawn on the left and despawn it before it sees us so that we can get the taxi. And speaking of taxis, we're going to jump into the taxi and we're going to head back home. You already know the drill. Down the Pink Street. So, we're going to return to our office. Sayori is going to ask us to call Shintani's phone because she can't reach him. I'm going to say right now, if you have any interest in getting Judgment and you don't want to see plot spoilers, now is the time to look away. Because this is where Judgment's plot really starts to kick off. And then has a bunch of filler again. So we're going to go back to our office. Again, same key every time. Absolutely beautiful. We're going to call Shintani's phone, and Shintani's phone is going off in our wardrobe. Whoops. Yep. Unfortunately, Shintani has been murdered. So, once again, got to check the body. Eyes gorged out, but there's a bullet hole. So, we now ring his phone to try and see his phone log. It is there under him. There we go. So, we call the police. I need to scroll my notes down a tiny bit. We call the police, and basically, they arrive led by a detective who goes by the name of Kuroiwa. You'll be seeing Kuroiwa a lot later on. We're now going to go, because we can't get back into our office, because obviously the police are investigating, we're going to go head over to the Gender Law Office, go see if everybody's okay, make sure everything's good, and then we're going to spend the night there, because it's clearly not safe in our office. Our office, which is our makeshift house, of course. So, we're going to report to Gender. Gender is going to try and get us to go into hiding because we could be targeted next. But Yagami finds it a little weird, and it is a little weird, that they would aim for Shintani instead of Yagami when the Kyorei were after him instead. So... yeah, there's a lot of things, and like... a lot of people dismiss Judgment as being just a spin-off. Technically, if you're talking canonically, Judgment is actually set after Yakuza 6. There's a couple of world-building events that happen in 6 that actually block off certain ways in and out of Little Asia, for example, which actually messes up a few shortcuts, which is interesting. Shintani's phone log. But one thing that I really like about Judgment is, even though, you know, we're dealing with the Tojo clan, who, you know, never heard of the Tojo clan before, that's for sure, it still feels very different, because we're on the other side. We're not knee-deep into what the Yakuza are doing. We're not, you know, doing this for honor. We're not doing this for our pride. We're doing this because it's our job. We are an ex-lawyer. We're a detective. We're trying to figure out murders. Here we go. Alright. Side content, but actually important side content. This old man here, he is very important in the grand scheme of things, but not in the speedrun. We haven't found a way to utilize this because this is kind of a little RNG in the grinding. Here comes a bunch of Kasai Screw. Now, fun fact, you can't kill them. You cannot kill them in this fight. But we can do damage. And I love this engine because you get to do stuff like that. I really wanted to do the heat move because that would have at least taken HP down. So we're going to try and take down the ad's HP as much as possible before we take down the big lad's HP. Nice block. There you go. Can I get the juggle? No, too slow on my switch change. So, fight ends, and the old man gives us the special concoction. Extracts. So, we're going to use the Thunderstrike extract because the game wants us to. He gives us 2, which is nice. So, now we can take care of everybody, as you can see. Everyone is now taken care of apart from Ogata. Thunderstrike extract allows us to break through guards and basically becomes unflinching. I'm stuck behind the swing. Come on. Please get away from the swing. Please. Oh, how did that miss? You can see how we're basically unflinching, so his attacks aren't going to do anything to us while that's active, which is no longer active. Bad fight. Really bad fight. Real bad fight. So, we get 2 thunder extracts. We've used 1. You can probably tell what we're going to leave the last one for, and yes, it's the final boss of the game. So we'll be using that again in just under 4 hours. But basically, the game's now going to tutorialize us on these extracts. It's going to teach us how to make growth. We have to make growth by default. Growth is a extract that gives us extra SP when we use it. So I'm going to use it in a very specific place to try and get a little bit of extra SP. We're going to intentionally stop off here. We're going to buy wooden tags, 150,000 yens worth of it. We're then going to exchange it for a prize. That prize being Crisis Preparedness, which unlocks Danger Display. Which you can probably tell exactly what that does. Yep, it shows up enemies on the minimap. Thank God for that. So now we have a way of telling where enemy spawns are. Which you'd think would be slow to get, but literally with the way that Judgement... Look, there's an enemy spawn to our right. The way that Judgement does its enemy spawns actually saves a whole bunch of time. An insane amount of time. Like, this can save you between 5 to 10 minutes in a run. No joke. So we should now never get into an optional fight. Should. There's that wig, by the way. There's situations where it can still happen when we're coming out of buildings, for example. We can't see outside, so if there's a fight spawn outside, we'll still get into that fight spawn. Not much we can do. So, we went through Shintani's phone logs. Shintani last phoned a place called the ADDC, the Advanced Drug Development Center, and he was calling about dementia drugs. So, we got that from the phone logs. We're gonna go and... That's a fight spawn, but it should despawn. Nope, it cancels out the area trigger. Good to know. Fortunately, it's only 3 enemies. Still lose like 10 seconds because of that, but that's fine. So... Hoshino, you couldn't have interrupted that, could you? So we're gonna go with Hoshino to the ADDC. This is a very short chapter. It's one of the shortest chapters in the actual game itself. Because most of this is just story. So, the center has been in the news recently. This is where we get introduced to the main political part of this game, where this center and its big claim to fame right now is AD9. 89 is a drug that could cure Alzheimer's disease. Everything, as you can see, is now green. You might be wondering why it's green. We've gone back in time. Sorry, Emmy. So, sometimes you can push her a bit. You can sometimes push her here to go fast, but because she's staggered, she's not going to get pushed today, unfortunately. There we go. Nothing if you get lucky enough. Yeah, exactly. It's the way that Judgement rolls, sadly. Kind of mahjong for money to buy wooden tags for that. Money is actually quite easy to come by in this game, which is nice. So this is the room where Waku-san died. Now, Waku was the person... This case that we're investigating right now is the Okubo Shinpei case that Yagami got him acquitted from 3 years ago. Hence... Oh, whoops, daisy. Hence why, for example, Shintani is alive behind us. It's a flashback. So we're going to investigate the entrance. Review the case. And carry on. So basically, all of this backstory is what happened 3 years ago when Yagami was still a lawyer and how he got Okubo off the hook. Essentially, his whole argument is this entrance there. You can't properly see through the door's entrance, which is why basically a testimony coming up is going to be full of crap. The development of AD9. Yes. it's okay. It's fine. Trust us. So basically, Shinpei Okubo was only a laundry worker. He was very low rung on the whole list of things, but the prosecutor's argument was that basically he killed the patient in his room, stuffed him in a bunch of bed sheets, and then took him down the big service list over here. Obviously, he didn't do that, and as we know from the very start of the game, we actually got him off the hook. So we need to talk to Shintani here. Do not fall down. Do not fall down. Just sometimes in the Dragon Engine, confirmation buttons like that don't appear. It's a little weird. It's a little jarring. It keeps happening. It's infuriating. It's been in every game. Hopefully in future Dragon Engine games it's a little better. But this is Emi Terasawa. She is a nurse and, unbeknownst to us at the time, actually has fallen for Shinpei himself. So in our flashback, we're going to go and see him in Tokyo PD or Kamuro PD, and then we're going to go back to the office and we're going to say it again that we believe him. Not many of these cases get overturned in Japan. Apparently 97% of these fail. So to get an acquittal in this type of case is nothing short of a miracle. We go and get the guy acquitted and all of a sudden he goes and does murder again. And that's basically what we know going into the present day. The actual present day. That's all Yuri.
Yeah.
So, in our conversation, we're actually being spied on. You know? This is why we should get rid of the other door. We want to choose hotel doorway. This is our irrefutable evidence, and yeah, there's the person who was spying on us, so we're going to chase the mysterious person. Yes, another chase segment. But again, these chase segments are nice because they don't last too long, and if you do them right, you can skip QTEs like that one there. I'll jump over instead of go to the right there, because it's actually quicker than the other one. If you have the right angle again, you can actually dodge past them, but it's a little tricky. I'm going to let that one go through, because then I don't have to do that one. Once again, these are scripted, so even if you get close enough to do the circle catcher thing, it doesn't work. It only works for like 2 side cases, including the wig. Over the bike, over the cars. I have to feel for whoever's cars these are that we keep stomping on in the entire game. And then a whole bunch of Yakuza try and stop us because they see us chasing someone down, blah, blah, blah. The interesting thing about this flashback and this fight coming up is because it's a flashback to 3 years ago, the clever thing, and not many games do this, we're a base level 1 Yagami. No upgrades, only Tiger style. So what we're going to do, oh no, we have Crane style. I didn't want the signboard, I wanted the bike, but let's use the signboard. And we just take care of them. The bike is a little quicker, not too much so, but it is a little quicker. But you can see how little damage we're doing because we're level 1. And also, we don't get any SP. We get no rewards. Yeah, she's very strong. Basically, the person we were chasing was Emi Terasawa. And she says that she wanted to trust us to save Okubo. So, we're now going to our court case. This is exactly how it happened, obviously. Say hello to Shono. Very important character you'll be hearing a lot of in this game. You won't be seeing much of him until later, but you will be seeing him again. Actually, you will soon. As prosecutor Izumida, if you remember, we're going to do our hallway evidence. And because of that, Shono's testimony was a lie. And then during the middle of the trial, Emi stands up and gives a very passionate speech about who Okubo is. And that actually sways everybody and gets Okubo acquitted. Unfortunately, a month later, Okubo gets arrested for murdering Emi Terasawa, who is vehement that he didn't do it, and because of the guilt Yagami feels, he actually quits being a lawyer, and that's why he is now a detective. Chapter 6. I hope I have enough SP here for the upgrades. I have to scroll down my notes real quick to make sure. That's Kuroiwa, by the way. Lovely prosecutor Kuroiwa. As we're leaving the ADDC, he comes along and confronts us, demanding that we go into the station, because we are suspect number 1 in... Ooh, there it is. I don't have enough for charge attack. Oh, well, we'll get that in a little bit. Considering Shintani's body was found in our apartment, we are suspect number 1 in his murder. But as we say to him, what evidence do you have? You know, do you have a warrant? And Kuroiwa says no, so Yagami says go away. So, you know, he's a lawyer. He knows what he's talking about. So, here we are at the ADDC, present day now. This lovely little assistant researcher is going to help us get into the research wing, where Shono is, and where Kido is. I'm going to meet them. I'm just pushing her along a little bit, because it makes it a little faster. There we go. So Sugiura is going to look into some things for us. While we're here, and whilst we're questioning old Shono over here. Hi, Shono. How you doing? We're going to meet this lovely gentleman. The Vice Minister of Health, Kaoru Ichinose, who in any Yakuza game is built like a fight. You don't fight him in this game. Are you scared of the director, Shono? Oh, he is. Oh, don't you worry, he is. So, we figure a few things out. Basically, we're now going to leave. I'm trying to remember when the actual plot stuff happens in this chapter, because there's quite a bit of it. I still need to get charged attack at some point. Oh, there's a big set piece in this chapter. It's really cool, actually. It's been a while. This is where the run starts to pick up a tiny bit again, which is nice. We have a couple of, like, quiet chapters. And then we have a couple of cool chapters. This chapter is actually kind of quiet itself. So we're going to get Sugiura to look between the connections to the ADDC and the Cure. We need to wait for him to get in touch. You might be wondering why I'm not moving from here. That cutscene there, for some reason... That cutscene there, for some reason, doesn't load in sometimes. And if you run away, you get pulled back. And sometimes when you run away, it tries to load up, like, the rest of the map, so it takes longer to actually load in. That's an interesting fight spawn. That needs to go. There we go. But we're now, whilst we're waiting for Sugiura to get in touch, going to do mandatory Kaito backstory. Good old Kaito. And yeah, thank you everybody for getting us to over 1,200. Really appreciate it. I really want to thank Zonas for giving me a chance to do my run here, because the cause is actually something that I very much strongly believe in. It's something that I feel very passionate about. So, thank you very much. Thank you very much for putting this on as well at such short notice. This definitely feels like it's been a massive success, which is awesome. And I see that fight spawn coming from the right, and that's going to go as well. So, Kaito basically met up with a friend. His name is Adachi. I don't know of any video game Adachis that are evil people at all. Adachi now has his own business called Adachi Estates. We are going to get some info on it, because we have a suspicion that this so-called Adachi might be up to no good. Never. Absolutely never. Definitely not a video game. So we're going back to old bartender. We get the info from the barkeep, and now we are going to head back to see Kaito and tell him, you know, actually, your mate, there's some shady rumors about him. You might want to be a little careful. Now, Kaito is very upset at that and just thinks, you know, we're jealous of his newfound friendship. But we're going to go investigate Adachi Kanrai. I was really hoping that fight spawn will actually get my attention, but we're okay. Because if it did, I could run to the end of the street without having to worry about another fight spawn, but no, we're good. So we're going to go to Kanrai. Thankfully, East Chichifuku Street is a brand new taxis point, and it's right here, right where we need to go. Beautiful. 2.5 day prep time Natch advertising. Yeah, like it's been really impressive. Thank you for putting this on. Really appreciate it. So Adachi is inside Kanrai with some of his buds, and we're going to go in here, and we're going to have to disguise up to eavesdrop on him. And of course, when you're in a high-end yakiniku restaurant, the best disguise is obviously to disguise yourself as a hobo. Of course. So we're going to go and look over to them. So here we go. Now, unfortunately, Kaito's still a little angry. How angry? This is one of the other reasons. This is one of the other things that I quite like about Judgement, is that it's not afraid to do things like this. We gotta fight Kaito. We gotta fight Kaito and his entire moveset. Do I have enough skill points at this point? I don't know. Yes, just enough. Charging Tiger. We need Charging Tiger to be able to get the final attack upgrade later on. This is Charging Tiger. You can see that also gives me Hyper Armor, which is super important. Once again, as you know, Kaito gets to mid-fight. He starts up his EX. Wow, that was a very quick start-up. Come over here, Kaito, so I can interrupt your attack. That's a shame. I don't want to use too much of my EX for this fight. See how much damage Kaito is doing to us? Basically, at this point of the run, enemies are starting to do way more damage. It's much like the Yakuza games, and every couple of chapters, the enemies get a decent, like, buff to their attack and defense, and we've just hit one of them. So, at some point very soon, and here's old Adachi, at some point very soon, we are going to be getting an HP upgrade. But obviously, we just used most of our skill points to get the attack upgrades that we needed. Just gonna hit him with a bike. Good old bike strats. Bike strats always work. Leapfrog. Leapfrog. Again, Leapfrog. Super strong. Super, super strong in this game. Also gets you behind the enemy as well. You can either, with Leapfrog, you can chain it into a light attack or heavy attack or a throw if you learn the throw. We don't actually learn the throw in the speedrun because it's actually a tiny bit slower. But the actual, like, it's actually still very, very good. I would still very much recommend it. Sometimes I do get it in the run. But for the most part, just comboing attacks is a little quicker than doing the throw. So, Sugiura is waiting for us at Koi Bride. Definitely not gambling down here. So, Kyorei's front company, the Kajihira Group, who Sugiura used to work for, had originally bribed the health minister into shutting down the ADDC and selling the land so they could redevelop it into a massive resort complex. Yakuza 3's plot says hello. The reason why this didn't happen was because of AdTech 9. Because of AdTech 9 and its discovery, they felt that the ADDC was too important to shut, and it needed to carry on existing to be able to create this drug that could potentially cure Alzheimer's. So, this is Hattori. This is a freelance journalist who doesn't like us, or he was here. And basically, yeah. Hattori has, at times, wrote very nasty articles about us because of Okubo's acquittal, and then obviously his subsequent murdering of his then girlfriend, which he obviously says he didn't do, and we completely believe him. Basically, at this point, we're getting to the point where we're kind of standing up for Okubo, and we want to go back and fight for him. So, Matthew, who was in the office, came to warn us that Kuroiwa and Prosecutor Izumida are considering us the #1 suspect, as we said earlier, and we should probably start preparing our legal defense. Unfortunately, she is being tailed by members of the Kyorei clan. These guys. So thankfully, Sugiura spotted them, and we're now going after Matthew to protect her. So once again, Leaf Frog. I was hoping you'd be stood up at the time. Leaf Frog. Leaf Frog is a beautiful skill. Absolutely love it. So we're going to carry on waltzing down Nakamichi here in a second, once the game loads. There's a lot of loading screens in this game. A PC version of this would genuinely cut at least an hour off the speedrun time. No joke. From loads alone, let alone with 60 FPS. So we're really hoping that one day there's a PC port of this. Plus, I love this game. I want to go through this again on PC. It's so good. Like, if you ask me, like, in my list of top 10, like, Yakuza games, good hits. In my list of top 10 Yakuza games, this is actually in the top 3 if you allow sub-stories. I don't know why I said sub-stories, spin-offs. So I'm glad I changed back to Tiger there, because we want to be Tiger for the start of the next fight. This might be where I get the HP upgrade. I think I've got enough SP. I think. If not, it'll be after the set piece at the end of this chapter. There's some more Kyorei lads! Trying to attack us. That's a fight intro for you. Poor Matthew. So, we're gonna deal with these guys. Doesn't matter which one you deal with, once you get rid of one of them, it's gonna spawn in the next group of enemies. We wanna switch to Crane in this cutscene. Nice. Because they're all gonna be stood together. So, we're gonna move to one side. And we're gonna try and take care of a couple. That interrupted the guy who was about to hit me, thankfully. There you go. So there's what happens. It's health time. Look at my HP! Woo! Aw, you stunned me from that? Okay. Okay, I need the HP guys to go because they are being very problematic right now. Okay, you know what? We're EXing through this. I didn't want to use my EX, but it's fine. I've got plenty of time to build it back up. Got him. Right, so. Sugiura goes and follows the van that they were in and finds out where they are hiding. So, because we fear that the Curé are probably trying to attack our loved ones to get to us, we're going to go and have a strong conversation with them. A very strong conversation with them. I had a tiny bit left. Not a lot, but I had a tiny bit. That was very scary. That was genuinely very scary. Alright, so Park Alley or East Chichifuku Street, either one here doesn't matter, they're both pretty much the same distance. That was very close. I genuinely got quite scared there. So off we go. There's that wig again. still hanging out. So you'll see me as well. I didn't really like. Oh, okay. I just swear I can get up there, but all right. I didn't put any like attention on it, but every time you'll see me like walk along after like a cutscene or like come out of a taxi, you'll see me like my minimap like go out twice because for some reason the game starts you with like the most zoomed in minimap. And for the sake of danger display, having the most zoomed out minimap helps a lot with despawning enemies. Kaito just sitting on the ground, having a cigarette, waiting for us, as you do. So, we're now here. This is our big set piece. This is Hon Maruen. So this is where the Curé are hanging out in Kamurocho. It's not actually KJR. We're just going to go to the side and hopefully get the combo. That's all of them dead in a single combo thanks to our allies. How insane is that? So thankfully, Kaito's in this fight this time. Sometimes Kaito decides not to join this fight. Don't know why. Happened earlier. Kick him again. This guy doesn't actually have an EX, so we're just going to take care of him. Sometimes Dragon Engine doesn't like letting you go up slopes. Oh, that interrupted me. I'm actually upset about that. Please stop. Thanks, Kaito. Oh, I really can't do that, huh? Come here. Come here. Gonna hit you with a speaker. I should heal with one of my bentos. I must remember to keep at least one bento for the next chapter. Alright, so I'm not going to run in this room because I want to grab this key, and if you run you start bouncing off of the walls and stuff. R2 is the key that I want to use in here. There you go. Now, here's something that we haven't brought up about this game. Lack of guns. Remember when I was talking about Mortal Wounds earlier? Guns, their normal attacks give you a mortal wound. Guns break your HP bar permanently. I love that line there. Like, Yagami even mentions about the fact, we got gun laws. And again, the nice thing is, in this game, Yagami won't actually use guns. Because, he is an upstanding citizen. He's not a Yakuza. He'll stab people with knives, but he won't use guns. I hate that doors don't act as walls sometimes. Certain moves from blades as well, by the way, will also cause mortal wounds, but only certain moves. I'll have a bento. Bought some luxury bentos after all. Yep. Off we go. That's how grenades work, right? Please confirm. Let us not talk about Yakuza 4 characters who use guns for a profession and then decide never to use guns in the video game. Thanks, Yakuza 4 speedrun. So Hara has a gun. Kaito just took care of him, which I appreciate. Thanks, Kaito. Ow. Hey. Alright, and we're at the end of the Honmaruin set piece for a real nasty fight. Guess who's back? Shioya's back. And he's bought a couple of friends. No guns in this fight, thankfully, but lots of dudes. So we're going to obviously start with Crane. 1, 2... Once again, much like earlier, we have to basically take care of the enemy, and then we can go into Shioya's second phase. Oh, we got Shioya in it. Nice. So this is one of Kaito and your special attacks. Good damage to Shioya. Bit long. We don't like using this one, but it does take care of 2 enemies. That's apparently not a wall. There's a lot of furniture in here, as you can probably tell. So Shioya's not going to lose any more HP until we take care of some more enemies. As you can see. Oh, that stunned me again. That's twice in this run. That's really bad. No, I don't want to hit Shioya. No, I should have held on to. No. There you go. So one more hit on Shioya should get the enemies back, and then one more hit on Shioya again should get in the second phase. So I'm not going to bother with changing to Crane like I usually do. I'm just going to knock him into his next phase. He gets half his HP back, by the way. Forgot about that, but second phase. Sometimes it takes like an extra hit or 2 for some reason. Remember the Wen Li cutscenes in Yakuza 0? Yeah, that's them. But this one's cool. This game engine is absolutely beautiful compared to the old one. Shioya is up mad. We're going to interrupt him so that he can't hit us with a mortal attack. And then we can keep attacking him and his HP. That's not good. Attack too early, so I missed the infinite. As I said, leapfrogs, really strong. Okay, now we deal with the rest. Oh, you actually threw me away. Nice. There's somebody on the other side of the room right now. Yep, you. Doing literally nothing. Rough fight. Rough fight. It's okay. It's whatever. So, we've beaten Shioya again. I'm going to go into the next chapter. So, we're going to get introduced to a new character here. The Kajihira Group Chairman, aka the front of the Kure. Shigeru Kajihira. That's a lovely lad. He apologizes for everything involving Mafuyu. Says he has an offer for us. So, the Kure had a saboteur within the ADDC, and it was its vice director, Toru Hoshiki. After 89 saved the Senate from the brink of being shut down, Hoshiki thought the data was fabricated and looked into ways of bringing down the project. Soon after, he was beaten half to death in what looked like a drunken street ball in Kamurocho and died. So, we're now looking into the murder of this Hoshiki. I want to taxi. I want to not get into that fight spawn. Actually, I wanted to go to the taxi on the other side. This is the slow way. Oh, whatever. Already started running at this point. I don't like going up that little bit. I wanted to go up the stairs inside a little bit, but oh well. I see that fight spawn all the way down the street. If that's the only fight spawn that could happen, that'd be great. Once again, there's the wig on the floor. Brilliant side quest. Brilliant side quest where you actually have to chase a wig. Not just once either. Pink Street. So we're going to... We're basically going to look into his death. Kajihira wants us to do that because he believes it had something to do with 89. We're going to head over to our office and sleep the night away. And again, you see all the NPCs turning around. That's because of like the sound stuff I was telling about earlier. Also works with enemies as well, which is not great. X key. You want to be careful with your letterbox there, by the way, because that's where your DLC items are stored. And your DLC items are not used in the run because that's not fair. It also includes like 50,000 yen at the start of the run, which would help a lot, but we routed good money stuff, so thumbs up. So, we are going to go and meet Hoshino. For helping her out last night, Mafuyu is going to give us the Hashiki murder file. And we're going to use that information to glean that very night that he died, he went and visited a hostess club. That's the word. Couldn't think of the word. So we're now going to go and investigate that hostess club and find out if he was actually there or not. And if he was, just what happened. Because you don't just go to a hostess club and then turn up dead. That doesn't happen. Kaito's already here. Well, Kaito. So pretty much everybody is involved in our little story at the minute. So we're going to head to Lamont. And here's a fight. Don't want to go after this guy, but it's where the game told me to go. I'd like to be axing you. There we go. I didn't actually think that would connect. Surprised. Pleasantly surprised, but still surprised nonetheless. Okay, so those are the Matsugane family. As you can tell, the game is now telling us, you know, hey, the Matsugane are back and they're trying to stop us again. So once again, the game gives like a nice little bit of justification for us to be attacked by Yakuza rather than Kasai's gang. Please don't fight spawn, please don't fight spawn. Yee! That was close. that was a little too close. So, once again, you know, it's the R1 key to get into the casino.
Fighter.
As always. So, we're here looking for Ayabe's replacement, who is this lady over here, and it's actually Mafuyu in a wig. And she gives us, oh, there we go. She gives us the file, and now we're going to look over it with Kaito. I forgot to use the growth SP, didn't I? I did bother. Okay. Okay, where's a good next point to use it? I feel like that would be a bad time to use it. Must have to use it at the end of next chapter. I usually use the growth extract for extra SP in the Shibuya fight. I think now I'm probably going to use it in not the next boss fight, but the boss fight at the end of the next chapter. That's probably the next logical step, honestly. Fight spawn on the right will see me. That's got to go. Also, we are past the halfway point of the run. Hooray! Got just a couple of hours left to go. We'll be, This is Pink Street, right? Yeah. Yeah, this is Pink Street. We'll be, hopefully finishing before 3 AM my time. Nice. Pretty good. That's if we don't mess stuff up. That's if the finale doesn't glitch out on us, which the entire reason why we've got autosave on is for some shenanigans in the finale where sometimes the game infinitely loads during a fight. Don't know why. It's happened to a couple of us, and yes, it's ruined runs. It's very much ruined runs. So we go to really with that fight spawn right there. How did it not actually start? Wow. That's lucky. So we went and had a look at the place where the body was found. We didn't find any evidence. But this is the club, Queen Rouge, where he actually hung out for the night. The staff aren't being very friendly and refuse to actually help us. So we're going to have to... We're going to have to get a bit creative. We're gonna need somebody to infiltrate Queen Rouge. Oh, here we go, the Kane Gang are here. So the Kane Gang are now on the map. There are 2 of them so far. There are a total of 4. We haven't unlocked the other 2. You might see one in this chapter. If you play your cards right. Even if you don't play your cards right. Got no choice. So... the Kane Gang, they spawn, whoops, on the map in set places. Even without danger display, you can always see them. There's none around here, thankfully. There's one guy whose spawn point is around here, but he isn't until the final one, and he's like way at the end of the game, and at that point the Kane Gang should have disappeared. He's also the most dangerous. Thankfully, we only have to fight him once in the run. Because, let's just say, he can mortal wound 3/4 of your HP bar in a single combo. Would be nice if I actually leapfrogged this guy, but I guess not. That's clean. That was okay. Could have gone a bit better. So, we're here at this sweet shop for the dessert to end all desserts to help get a bribe so that Sayori will actually help us in infiltrating Queen Rouge and getting the info that we need. There's a fight spawn on the right. If ever you see me get out a drone, you know it's to get rid of a fight spawn. The upside to the... You can see on the bottom of the minimap there, Honda, on the bottom left. That is one of the bosses of the Kane gang. Yes, that's the same Honda that we beat earlier. The nice thing about the drone is it also despawns them. The trouble is it's a bit finicky because they can always respawn in the exact same spot. You will probably see it happen at least once in this run. With, ironically enough, the next guy to come over. You'll see. You'll see. Oh, he's a pain. Oh, he's a massive pain. I'm so glad we figured out the drone despawned him as well. Wow, 76 coming to Xbox Game Pass. Ooh, interesting. I heard that's had some good content updates lately. Never played it myself, so can't judge. By address. So, Sayori has agreed, thanks to, you know, our wonderful bribe, to infiltrate old, I hope she left via the window as well. Be very upset. Anybody who follows me has to leave via that window. You're not allowed to leave any other way. We're gonna go down to Pink Street entrance, not Pink Street entrance. Going to La Marche. If you play the Yakuza game, you know La Marche is where all the expensive clothes are. Always. And here's a fun fact for you. Did you know Judgement technically has 2 playable characters? And Sayori is the other one. Not for very long, unfortunately. But it's kind of a nice little thing where like we actually get to do a bit of conversations with her, tiny bit of walking around. It's nice. So you can fully customize. If you remember the Cabaret Club from Yakuza 0, exact same system, pretty much exact same dresses and like accessories and stuff. You can basically spend some time doing that if you want. We're not going to because speed run. Good old speed runs after all. And then we also need to go and do the hair and makeup and stuff, which is completely different, but it's in a separate place that's just around the corner here. So once again, skip on through. Boop. Hate they have to hit left on the D-pad here, because every time I don't do it. Every time. So for a very brief moment, here we are, playing as Sayori. This is kind of cool, actually. It's not a very long section, but it is very important for the plot, at the very least. Just going to be walking along, skipping text to be able to get past faster. Up and over the stairs. Whoop. I'm not joining your club. I have a very specific goal in mind. I need to go over here. Go away, sir. Not interested. Again, not joining any of your clubs. Leave me be. I'm joining Queen Rouge. And get the information that we need. So. We are going to go in here. We're going to get taught how to be a hostess. Yep. We want, in the first conversation, double top option. My name is Sayori, and also were you asleep? Because we're trying to keep the other hostess awake and focused. We're doing her job better than she is. And this is the exact same hostess who was with Hoshino on the day of the murder. Crap. I want... Oh, crap. Top and right. We have to give her a sign because she's doing really bad at her job, and then we have to get closer to him because she's doing really bad at her job. We're a better hostess than she is. But out of this, Sayori makes an actual genuine friend. She's really nice. So, Sayori is going to make friends with her hostess friend, and in the meantime, did you all call for more filler Kaito backstory? I'm going the wrong way. Bet you did. I dislike that this fight spawn was here and I wasn't paying attention. So, the upside and the downside to fighting Kasai's group. You okay? What's up? The upside and the downside. You okay? No, you're not. Upside. This shortens the timer that the Kane gang... Oh. Really? I assume that was location-based. It's time-based. Ooh. Well then. Because I've always gone back to the office after this, every time. Interesting. Okay. So you can come straight here. Kaito found a kid. Kaito just found a kid. Congrats, Kaito, on becoming a dad, I guess. So this random kid, his dad has gone. He's trying to... His dad isn't paying any attention to him. So this kid found Kaito. An ex-Yakuza, of all people. And Kaito is now gonna spend some time with the kid whilst we investigate what happened to the kid's old man. So we find some pocket tissues, Yakamura loans. Kaito is going to call us and ask us to grab him a bento. Remember earlier in the game when we got 7 luxury bentos from that popo there? Yup. So unfortunately, Kaito's taking one of our good healing items. Thanks, Kaito. Thanks, Kaito. So, we're gonna go and investigate, what happened to the kid's dad. Do you remember that guy we passed on the street earlier, who was being beat up by those thugs? Yeah. Now we have to actually help him out. So they're part of Kasai's crew. Now, the interesting thing is, this guy here, he actually gives you money. Oh, that was almost a double. That would have been nice. The interesting thing about this guy is he will actually give you money for beating up the Kane gang's main leaders. But he also as soon as you beat one of them, teleports you back here to him. So if at all at any point we get into a fight with one of them, we get teleported back here, which is a pain in the backside. Now, if you thought our days of spending money were over, nope. Don't be absurd. So we could go and fight one of the Kane gang to get the information, or we could literally speak to him and pay him 50,000 yen. Okay, now down to 190,000 yen. Very important, that. So we get some... Whoa, 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 whoa. I don't want to go in there. We're now heading over to the Ushimata family office. Kasai's here. That was close. Almost ran into said fight. That was so close. So we're going to taxi over to East Taihai Boulevard. That was so close. Oh my goodness. That was almost very bad. And as we get here, we're going to find the kid's father looking around, because the kid decided to play hide and seek with his father in a Yakuza office. Whoops. The kid got caught, and along comes Kaito to save the day. Kaito taking up the mantle of Captain Cop. And one of the things I really like about this game, if we get a chance to see it, look at Kaito's name bar in this next fight. By the way, the guy at the back left has a gun. Kill him first. Kaito is now Captain Cop. What an amazing start to this fight. That's actually an amazing start. Captain Cop, deal with your own targets. Oh, never mind, I'll deal with them for you. Good fight. Very good fight. Almost went pear-shaped, but very, very good fight. We save the kid. His dad realizes he's been a bad dad, and then everybody makes up. Hooray. Hooray. So, we're still waiting for the information from Sayori. She's still having a good time with her new friend. We're getting hungry. So we're going to go to Theatre Square in search of some food. Even though, you know, looking on our screen right now, there's a Wild Jackson on the left. And a Kushimaru, a beef bowl placed right in front of us. Bad fight. No, that's bad. It saw me, so I have to run. I can't get the drone out when they see you, but because of that, I should be able to skip past this set of enemies. Hopefully. Please don't aggro onto me, because that's one of the mini-bosses. Good. And as soon as we get to the beer festival in Theatre Square... Speaking of food... Hi, Sakakiba. The third of the Kane gang. Lots of large lads in this fight. If you ever seen a Yaku speedrun, you know why we dislike large lads, because of their dangerous drop kicks and their massive amounts of hyper armor. You know the drill. So we're just going to try and take out as many of them as we possibly can. Try and keep Sakakiba next to this wall, if possible. For mid-fight shenanigans. That's fine. I don't mind getting hit there. This interrupts his animation, which allows us to break his minimum HP threshold and also attack him. And unfortunately now, he doesn't like to get launched. And one last guy. Can't believe I missed that hit. Alright, decent Sakakiba fight. It's like that. But that should. That should be the end of the fights in this chapter. Should. Not necessarily. We're going to head back to the office. Sakakiba is now on the map. That's annoying. Because Sakakiba has some of the worst fight spawns of any of the Kane gang. Specifically in front of the taxi at the bottom of Pink Street. So we need to be very careful when we go over there, but thankfully we can despawn him with the drone. It just takes a couple of attempts sometimes, because he really likes spawning there. But this is why we have danger display. You see this fight spawn around the corner that we wouldn't know about until we got around there. And it's gone. And now Sakakiba's behind us, look. Absolutely beautiful. I'm fairly certain as long as you're close enough to the fight spawn but not inside of it, you cannot have the Kane gang spawn on you. Might be wrong on that one. Right, so Sayori and her new friend are over at Bartender. Always Bartender. So we're going to go meet up with them and have a conversation. That's a really awkward spawn point you got there, Sakakiba. See him on the left there. I'm going this way. That friendship event there, he just wants to find some cats.
So what is it?
Left down, I believe. Left down? Left down? Yeah, left down. Those are my conversation options here. So, hey, guess who was also there? So, basically, Hashki had been drinking with Shono on the night of his murder. Yes, Shono was there as well. Just be careful I don't run into the first spawn here. We're going back to get law office to take Sayori back. So, Hashki was drinking with Shono. And essentially, again, sometimes the taxis just don't spawn in. Hostess revealed that Hashki had drunkenly claimed he had proof that the data behind the 89 research was fabricated. So, we are under the assumption and the belief that Hashki's murder was to stop him looking further into the drug, into 89. So at this point, 89 is a little scummy. A little scummy indeed. Thank you, Andy. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. We are over halfway now, but we're still got a ways to go. Always jump out the window. Jumping out the window is faster. It's an entire load. Well, it's not a loading screen, but you have to wait for the waiting screen to go through if you do jump through via the door. Isn't bad pace. All right. So we get, as we go back to our office / house. We get interrupted at a point by Detective Kuroiwa. Detective Kuroiwa says to us that basically, if he wants to question us about Shintani's murder, and if we don't go the next day, we'll be arrested. So we are going to go to the prosecutor's office. Because we don't want to get arrested with solving murders. Multiple murders at this point, by the way. 4 or 5 if you're counting along at home. Unfortunately, no Sakakiba spawn. Unfortunately, there is a fight spawn. So to despawn it, we might respawn Sakakiba here. We did not. Beautiful. Beautiful. And we're going to go to the prosecutor's office. I want... Oh, wait. Why do I keep doing that? Bottom option... Top option? Yeah, top option. Okay. Bottom option and then the top option. After the top option. Top, bottom, top. So we glean a little information out of the prosecutors. We basically get grilled by Mafuyu, Izumida, and also the chief prosecutor, Morita. We give them all our findings. We insist that Hashiki and Shintani's murders are connected. Morita and Izumida don't believe us, and they say that they've already got an arrest warrant for their main suspect. Dirty cop, Detective Ayabe. Again to law office. We need to go use the taxi. So, speedrun terms, this chapter is a massive pain. Because, as you're about to see, Chapter 8 is very infamous in Judgment running because it's very slow. Because, unfortunately, there are 2 time waiting segments in this. Now, in the old engine, aka Yakuza 0, etc., there was a way to speed up all of the time waiting segments. That method does not work in the new engine, and unfortunately, we also have not figured out a different method to be able to speed up time. So, yeah, that's... Unfortunately, there's 2 of those time waiting segments in this chapter. I will be taking a break during one of them. I need to go and grab a quick snack so that I can get my energy back, because 3.5 hours of intense commenting is pretty tough. So basically, Kuroiwa arrests Ayabe since his gun was the murder weapon that used to kill Shintani. And it turns out Kuroiwa and Morita made it appear as though we were going to be charged to ensure that Ayabe wouldn't leave town. We need to find a way to meet with Matsugane, so we need to go and see Higashi. So Ayabe hires the Genda Law Office, and he hires us specifically to take care of his defense. He tells us that on the night of the murder he'd been drugged and knocked unconscious, and woke up hours later in a public park, and he figures that in that time the actual murderer must have taken his gun. I didn't want to come here. I went to the wrong place. I should have gone to see Higashi at Charles. Whoopsie daisy. Ignore the fact that we ever came down this road. So, we have no leads, really. Now there's a fight spawn here. I'm just going down here. Goodbye. Please despawn. Please despawn. Please despawn. please despawn. Yeah, nice. Yeah, nice. Good old Higaishi. An actual area trigger and not a confirmation trigger. Love you, Higaishi. So, because we have no leads, we are going to go and track down the one person who would know what's going on. Captain Hammerer. So, we need to go and find Patriarch Matsugane to be able to track down Hammerer for us. So right now, Higaishi is going to call... Higaishi is going to find out where Matsugane is and then call us. Here's one of our friend events. We are in the time waiting segment, so while we're here, we might as well go over here. Let's buy some bentos, shall we? 7k's worth of bentos. We make friends with this lovely sales clerk who gives us 500 skill points. You know the drill. And now we have to wait 180 seconds of in-game time. The nice thing about Judgement is that it doesn't have an AFK message unlike the Yakuza games. What this means is I'm going to go sit in this corner, I'm going to go grab a drink, and I'm going to go and freshen myself up a bit for the rest of this run. So I will be right back in about, hopefully, less than a minute. And we're back. Nice. Let's grab a nice quick snack while I'm here. Yeah, it is nice to have a break. Like Yakuza 0's break in the any percent is literally at the halfway point. It's like absolutely perfectly primed. There's a fight spawn coming. This one, a little over the halfway point. It's, you know, 3 hours 41 and a 6:09 run. Got me a 90 calorie bar that tastes like cardboard because I'm on a diet. But I'll tell you what it does do. It gets rid of my chocolate fixation, so it helps. Also, check out this amazing billboard. Relax space. Bar and restaurant. Beer. Wine. Casual Italian. Pizza. Pasta. Salad. And relax space. There you go. So yeah, you literally gotta wait in game time, and then we have to go and taxi to out of town. Very nice. So Matsugane hears that we're seeking out Hammerer, obviously. He begs us not to pursue Hammerer in the mall anymore because he feels like we're going to get killed. And we refuse, obviously. We got to figure out the moiders. And Matsugane orders the last of his loyal men, including Higaishi here, to stop us. Believes we're better off in the hospital for a couple of months rather than dead. That's nice. That's nice. That's nice. And again, start of fights when all the enemies are really like put together like this, crane style, cleaving through literally so many of the enemy. So, as you can probably tell via this fighting arena, there's not many places to wall run. It's fine. So instead, we're just going to EX through this. I wish I had the EX there. Well, that kill. That was an okay fight. I'll take that. On 2-6. Sorry about that. I had to mute the microphone for a second. Ooh. Right. So. We're leaving. We're still trying to find out where Hammerer is. We have no leads still. So what we're going to do is we are going to wiretap the Matsugani family office.
Yeet.
So. Once we eventually load in. Takes a while. There we go. We need to get this job done right. And in times of need, when we need some electronics, we're going to go to Tsukumo. So we're going to go and get us a taxi over to oh no, Theatre Alley. Theatre Alley. Head over into the internet cafe, and Tsukumo needs a couple of materials, so we're gonna have to pay him for his work, which I believe is 100k. And as I said, we're gonna burn through that money real fast. Give him the money. There we go. So. Wait segment number 2. Wait for Tsukumo to call. Even though we have no way to speed up the time, there is a way to slow down the time. If you stay in there. If you actually stay in there, the timer will freeze until you leave. Figured that out the hard way. So we're just going to stay here, and we're going to despawn enemies when they come around. No, we're not, because I can't do it under there. Found that out earlier. But there's not a lot we can do, sadly. We haven't found a way to speed up the time, unlike in the old engine, which really sucks, because, like, the old engine had a way to speed up time, and it was so nice. But here, none. Just have to, unfortunately, grin and bear it. See the Honda spawn next to me. If we had money issues, we could go and obviously do stuff with money, but we don't. There's nothing. One nice thing that I have found about the time waiting segments here, the time continues while you're in the drone. So you'll have to get out of the drone to end the segment. But it doesn't stop the time. Getting into fights as well also doesn't stop the time, which is very nice. Mario Party is one of the things that does stop the time. So if we were to go do Mario Party, we would lose time. So no VR Mario Party. But it's 180 seconds in-game time is what we're waiting for. That man saw Mr. Hit and run, or try and hit me buying a naughty magazine. Oh dear. But kind of like the NPCs like saying things about the different residents of Kamurocho really makes the place feel more alive in this, because like the people they're talking about, like Mr. Try and Hit Me, is an actual sub-story in this game. It's just little things like that. Not too close. I shouldn't be. It's just unfortunate. This is all we can do. I should scroll my notes at this point, honestly. Now do. There it is. Beautiful. So thankfully that's the last time wait segment of the run. This is pretty much the last slow chapter of the game. After this, things really start picking up. This is basically the part of the run that I really start to enjoy. But it takes us to get to there, unfortunately. So we got our wiretaps, so we gotta go back to our office. We are, of course, going to go via the window, because why not? It's a little slower, but there's a fight spawn below us. It's a little quicker than trying to despawn it with a drone. There we go. Sakakiba's in the way. That's a bad fight spawn. Goodbye. That one didn't follow everyone else and actually started coming after us. That was kind of lucky. Fight spawns in this game are rough. They really are. They're really aggressive. Really, really aggressive. They're still chasing. Okay. So. This is Tashiro. Tashiro is a member of the Matsugane family. And we're going to disguise ourselves as him. So we've got to find him. We're going to go and visit one of the clubs that he runs. Let's see that fight spawn. I'm a little upset about it. So. I'm using the drone, Ma. So. Much like Yakuza 0, or any other Yakuza game, when you're with NPCs, sub-stories don't spawn on the map, and fortunately for this game, neither do the Kane gang. Yep, they disappear as well. That's actually phenomenal. So we're going to speak to this lad over there. He is going to confirm for us that Tashiro is in the vicinity of Tenkaichi Street. We're going to go over there and have a look. If you have heard, if you ever played a Yakuza game and you've heard of the name Serena, you might recognize where that is. We're going to be heading behind Serena, because guess what? That's where Tashiro is. So, whereabouts are we? Yeah. So, behind Serena we go. I don't know why I grabbed the wire, there's no point. And there he is, Tashiro. Lovely. As you do. So, we're gonna kick. I'm actually gonna take this to EX boost him. Okay, so anytime you want to hit him. Good lad. Thanks, Kaito. might be able to hear in your right ear a broken electrical device. Be utilizing those later on. So we've taken his clothes and also somehow his hair as well. Don't know. I assume we had a wig on us. So we're going to go wiretap the Matsugane family office. That's a fight spawn in front of me that isn't actually on my map. That's curious. Danger display, more like doesn't work half the time display. Okay, so over the Matsugane family office. Oh, right, Sugiura. I do that every time. What up, Sugiura? You know, we totally didn't go to... Oh, fuck, wrong option. We totally didn't go to the other Popo to befriend them. That's 500 SP that we've missed. I'll just have to run over there when we go to the, Genda law firm next time. Which... isn't this chapter. Oh, no, we will... We need to go to Le Mans. Do we get cutscened over there? I can't remember. We might have an opportunity. We'll see. Anyway, we got to find 3 outlets. One of them is right by the front door. That's a great hiding place. Another one is in this corner, which actually is a good hiding place. And then, even better than that... Hello? We have to focus, of course. Behind this potted plant is another one. Then we're going to go over to Patriarch Matsugane's office, and we're going to put one there. Stop the investigation right on the edge, and that way we can just get out. Unfortunately, on the way out... Yep, they found out it's us. You know the drill. Crane start. Hope hit the other guy as well. I missed one kick on him. It's a shame. Cool. And then we get to leave. Actually, we do go to the hotel district, don't we? So I won't have the opportunity to here. I won't get to do it in the next chapter either. I'm fairly certain. Oh no, we do once in the next chapter, don't we? Do we? I think we do. Yeah, we must do. We must do. It's fine. It's fine. I've got this. Don't like that fight spawn on the left. Yeah, that one. Alright, so we wiretapped the Matsugane family office, and from listening to them talk, we believe that he is in a Matsugane family-owned underground Chohan gambling ring. So we are going to go to a gambling place, would you believe it, to figure out if one place such exists. Now this guy wants us to talk to this lady for him, and ironically enough, this lady, who is doing some poker, actually has the information we need. Now, we are going to have to do mandatory poker, but fortunately you don't have to win. You could even lose, which is what happens half the time because it's completely random. So it's only one hand. I'm playing this. It's a bit slower, but I'm playing this. This is a good hand. Okay, no, that's just gonna... I might be able to win off this if we get the 5, but the trouble is, with my inputs as well, it's just making this go longer. If a 5 comes up, I'm going to be upset. Don't you do it. That's fine. 'Cause that gives me nothing. Wow, they've really bet on this one this time. They usually don't go that hard. Again, completely random. It's just a singular game of poker. Okay, this is where we're going to be using the growth SP item in a little bit. So, we now have the location of the gambling hall. It is... Oh, I could go there now. Yeah, hold up. I have a plan. It is over in the Champion District. So, we now have a secret password to get in. I am going to head over to this Popo and do something I should have done earlier during the time waiting segment. Oh, please don't see me. Okay, that was lucky. We're going to go befriend this lovely Popo salesperson. Hi there. Kiyoshiro Asamura. Hi. I don't want Odin, thanks, but I do want some pork tonkotsu, bentos, and some sushi. I've got more healing items than we'll ever need in the game, which is nice. There's our points. At this point, I am probably going to try and get the next couple of upgrades at the start of the next chapter. Once we've done the fight with the SP buff on. So we're going to taxi to East Taihai Boulevard. Oh, it's the first option now because we're at the top option on the taxi list. You must remember that. Important rule about any taxis when you do the Yakuza games. There's a fight spawn behind us, but it should be fine because this is a cutscene trigger. There you go. I want 3 times. So it's a secret password. 3 times. Can I talk to Moon? Chateaubriand Blue. They let us in, and who do we find gambling in the basement? Why, it happens to be Captain Hamura. And Ozaki. Uh-oh. That was the music that was used in Yakuza 6 for Stardust. So, what we're going to do is going to go into here, use our growth extract. This will give us extra SP. Alright, heck you, Ozaki. So, really important here, try not to get both of their EXs at the same time. Work on one of them. Doesn't matter which. Just try not to get them both into EX. Alright, Hamura's in EX. Ozaki doesn't have a cutscene for his, but we're going to focus Hamura the rest of this fight. Should give me a bit of SP. Well, not SP, should give me a bit of heat back. Beautiful. Launching him. Ozaki, please get out of the way. Kaito, help! That should take our hammer? Nice! Alright, good start. I hate you, Ozaki, I really do. I just got rid of that. I'm sorry, Kaito. You weren't ever gonna jump off that, huh? Here we go. Don't get hit by this because you could probably like guess how much damage you take from that. Good fight. Very Very good fight. I'll take that. So, we're about to question them and get some answers when somebody makes a flamethrower and sets fire to the place. They literally just set the place on fire. I wish I was joking. I'm not. They set the place on fire. So unfortunately... unfortunately... we can't get the answers we want from them because they're gone. So... we've kind of ran out of options here. So what we're going to do is we are going to get some information instead on the drug 89. We have set up a meet with the journalist Hattori, who we spoke very briefly about earlier, who definitely does not like Yagami, but he has been doing some leading research articles on 89. Singular fight spawn. Very weird. Something happens sometimes where like half of the fight spawn gets eaten by something. There he is. Here's Hattori. So, right. Bunch of plot stuff. This chapter is the plot exposition dump. But it's also a really, really cool chapter. So, Hattori is actually one of Chairman Kajihiro's informants. Back to the office. Hattori tells us... fight spawn. Hattori tells us fight spawn. I can't activate it here because I'm too close. Okay. Hattori basically tells us... if I can get to the office first. That... it's impossible for the drug's data to be fabricated. Concentrate on my movement here for a second. This is where we just basically go over the entire case. The ADDC, however, have refused to move into human trial stage for some reason. So we're starting to wonder. We basically we have a nice conversation with everybody, and we start to come to the conclusion that the fact that the drug should be in human testing at this point and isn't is a big red flag, and we think that it is actually in human testing, but illegally. Let's go keto. 6 months when hash died. So we come up with the theory that the mole's victims have been human test subjects, and that for some reason they needed to have their eyes gorged out. So off we go. I'm gonna head to the Gendalore office. With this as well, Yagami thinks that obviously it wasn't Okubo who killed Waku back in 2015, 3 years ago. He thinks that it was actually Shono. Yes, that Shono. We'll soon see if he's right or not. These fight spawns. I should do that level up I want to do. Shouldn't I? I should. I very much should. So, I love this chapter for a reason, and it's coming up in a second. So we're going back through the old Emi Terrasawa case. We are now going to go and meet, for the first time in years, Okubo. I'm going to do a level up, because I'm really missing one right now. I need... where are we? Balance. Oh, that way. Elegance and Ferocity of the Tiger. Because of that, I can now, with Ferocity of the Tiger, I can now unlock the final boost attack. Not yet, because we need like another 14k SP. Which you might think sounds like a lot. Actually, it's not. Surprisingly not. So, after our talk, we're going to go and head for a drink because obviously, you know, very stressful having seen him again and the fist slam there. Boom. And we're going to head to Bartender for our drink. Always Bartender. Now, what's about to come here is not one of the best fights in this game, but one of my favorites. For a number of different reasons, and this is where I start to really enjoy the end of this run. So, as we get to Bartender, we get stopped by Detective Kuroiwa, who threatens us to back down from aiding Ayabe. And then we get interrupted by this guy. An assassin sent by Hamura, who only has a cane that is literally a katana. And his name, you'll see on his boss bar at the bottom, it's not Mysterious Assailant, he's Cane Man. Be exceptionally careful, because he's the very first fight in the game, and one of the only fights that actually starts with him trying to mortal attack you. I cannot explain how much I adore this fight. Also, it's got this amazing fight track to it. Excuse me while I fly off your head, apparently. With the amazing mid-music drop. Well, there goes my HP bar. This one. Okay, fight. Shame about the broken HP bar. Big shame, but okay. I love that fight. I don't understand why. I adore that fight. There's everything about that fight is just on point. The music, the fact that he starts off trying to kill you like an assassin should. Just, there's a lot about that fight that just all comes together. I absolutely love it. I love the fact that his name is Cane Man. Like, you know nothing about him. He's a mysterious assailant. He has a cane. It's a sword. His name's Cane Man. Cool. And it literally is just, he waltzes down the street, says hello, and then tries to kill you. That's it. It's such a good setup. Like, it's so good. I love that fight. I love that fight. Alright, so we're heading to KJR. Whoops, I have to walk past. We're off to go see old Murasei again. Good old Murasei. Oh dear, oh dear. Thankfully all the doors are open now. But you know. Gotta go around this way again. Well, that's a little bit of a weird way to get here, but sure. So we're going here to hide up as well. Because obviously, you know, we just had Hamura send a blooming assassin after us at this point. You know, it's not enough that we're dealing with a potential serial killer, but we now have assassins coming after us. So we're gonna head to the ADDC with old Segura. And we're going to confront Shono about our theory. Reminder to go speak to the receptionist again, because I keep forgetting that here. Every time. Hello. Didn't forget this time. So, we have to find Shono. Now, Kido is right there. Ah, missed. You need to hit Kido first before Shono turns up. You can see him slightly coming in off frame there. He will only appear after you look at Kido first, because he's obviously having a conversation with Kido. And there we go. Now, unfortunately, Vice Minister of Health Ichinose is going to stop us from getting in. So what we're going to do... we got to talk to her first. The lovely assistant from earlier, who we keep asking to do really unmentionable, letting us through like high security, isn't going to let us this time. I don't blame her. So we're going to sneak in through the parking lot. Now, as we go outside, the ADDC has security. This is their security. Masahiko. You can't tell me that's not a lightsaber. That stun baton is very lightsaber-like. So, we're gonna have to deal with all of his guards. He's gonna just rush me, I'm stopping that. Really don't like that you basically guarded the entirety of that. And as you can tell, it's a stun weapon. If you remember the... Oh, I could have actually stopped him there. If you remember the old rule of thumb, stun weapons are pretty nasty. Guns are number one. I don't like that. Well, I did interrupt his EX, which is nice. Sugiura actually moved him away from me, although I appreciate hitting him from behind, though. Thanks, Sugiura. Please, no! That was okay. It's okay. This is okay. Chakra blade. It's something that glows with purple electricity, and it shouldn't be allowed. Not in the Marquis of Queensberry's rules, thank you very much. So we take their uniforms, and we're sneaking in by the parking lot. We're going to verify the infiltration route by going to the lift and having a cigarette. Yeah, that's pretty much it. And now? And now? We go to find Shono. So, unfortunately, for these poor researchers, there's no security around. And they're in our way. Because there's Shono on the phone over there. Remember those chase segments in Yakuza 0? Yeah, same cutscene. We probably moved the people. Probably. It's a trait of the occupation, you know? You gotta make sure you're ready at any point to make life-saving drugs and also save yourself from life-threatening situations. Decent time. For some reason during this whole time as well, Shono just stands there. Guess who's back? So we're gonna hit him with an EX. Boom. It's good damage. Like I said, EX moves do so much good damage in this game. And it gets into his next phase a lot quicker as well. Right, should be at phase 2. This is going very fast. Nope, gotta stop you. Remember, you can't get mortal attacks if you're in your EX mode. And thankfully, I can't get electric stun baton if I'm charging up one of my charge attacks. Hyper armor. Good fight. Beating that pre 2 minutes, good fight. So, we take Shono into Waku's old room. We give him the theory that he is the one that killed Waku. And unfortunately for Shono, in all of his fear, he let slip a couple of things. Things that he couldn't have known about if some of our claims were true. Now, we determined during the conversation that Shono was also the one that killed Emi Terasawa, not Okubo. So, basically, we theorized that Shono killed Emi Terasawa because he wanted to make it look like Okubo did it because he feared that there would be an investigation into Waku's case would continue. So, and at the end of the chapter, we go and visit Okubo and tell him we 100% believe in his innocence and that we will represent him in court. We just need to go get actual evidence. You know, those things. Hey, no, we haven't had in a good 2-3 hours. Well, first the drone section. Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, you waited a long time for this. I'm proud to present Tail section number 7. So, we have decided to try and press Hammerer for details once more, but once again, we don't know where he is. But who's likely to know where he is? Higaishi. So we're gonna go follow him. Good old tail segments, eh? Less than 2 hours of the run to go. Which, by the way, for those curious, I am currently 17 seconds ahead of PB. So 17 seconds ahead of world record. Whoa. I need to hide behind this one. Could you not break that, sir? Kaito needs to hide behind that. Actual world record pace, yeah. Wow, it magically respawned. So, hide again just in case, because these two, for some reason, can accidentally turn around, like that guy was trying to. Now, we might be off world record pace if this bit goes horribly wrong. The guy in the white shirt there can sometimes get stuck on the door frame here. And if he does, we won't be able to enter here. Please do not get stuck. No. Okay, thank you. You might walk the walk, but you are not good at this. So, we have to keep an eye on Higaishi, and he's going to take a very super long phone call that can't be interrupted, so he's going to sit here while he sits in that corner for about 1 minute or 2 minutes. That guy likes to walk around here and do a little bit of nothing. Also, Eli, I see that message. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm glad that exists. We found a beef zone. We found a real beef zone. Unbelievable. Imagine it existing. Hey guys, she's still on the phone, by the way. Could you hurry up? Got speedrun to do it, bud. This is literally just wait for Higashi to get off the phone. This guy is eventually going to walk around. When they meet up with him, then they start to leave again. Hooray! And we're off. Not very fast, but we're off. So they're not actually going to turn around here. This is fine. We can just literally just keep going. Just obviously being a bit careful not to get too close and make too much noise. And watch out for the guy in the white shirt again, glitching out. Mate. It's the end of the second part of this tail segment. So, guys, she's having a bit of a smoke.
Yep.
They're going to walk off. We're going to sit behind this plant and literally stop and don't do anything. This is literally the plan. There you go. See, that is the end point. You literally do not move here. Right. This is the tricky part. This is the very tricky part. This is where it gets a little tough. So, the guy in the white shirt is going to stop next to those guys squatting down by that white car. Higashi in the blue jacket is going to carry on. Higashi is the one that we need to see, and we can't hide against this wall because the guy in the white shirt is going to see us. So we're going to stand here in the middle of the road, completely nondescript. And then we're going to go get a beef bowl from Akishimaru. The beef bowl place. Unfortunately, we're not. We're going to hide in the corner instead. We have to be quick so that Higashi doesn't see us. Nice. There we go. And now we wait. Don't worry, it's fine. Alright, it's fine. Alright. Please move. I am starting to worry. Also, he turns around quite early. So we're gonna have to make sure we don't make any noise, but get behind this car. And wait. Wait. Because Higashi turns around as well. Wait. Oh, there it is. Let's see. I moved past it? No, I just haven't turned up yet. So, Higashi's off. Gotta chase Higashi now. Even though we're supposed to be on the same team. That should have made me stagger, but for some reason it didn't. Cool. So I guess she's going to throw two things at us, so we just got to be careful. Yep. Again, they're random. Ow. Cool. It doesn't matter, it's only a little bit of a time loss. I went too far to the thing. It's my fault. It's a slow chase segment. Do you remember back in chapter 2, literally like 3 hours ago, when we bought the Jack Daniels? No, chapter 1, like 4 hours ago. Well, guess what? It's time. It's time to use it for our speed tech. So what we're going to do is we need to lure the Matsugani family out. So we're going to head to the theater district, because that's where they've been seen. Should probably taxi there, actually, considering. I find it's quicker to taxi even with the loading time. We're going to get a phone call from Kaito. Now, Kaito, we don't have an idea of what to do here, but the actual thing that we need to do is get drunk. That sounds crazy, right? But the actual idea here is to get drunk. Now, I think I can just go over to the next place while drunk, because it should lure them out. Should. This is my theory. I've been sitting on for a day or two. Don't like that group on the left. Well, the one in front of me. But essentially, we're supposed to get drunk to lure them out. I'm hoping that that conversation does happen. I'm going to have to run back in case it doesn't. Yeah, it does. Okay, so it is time-based. But because we're drunk, that actually skips us through an entire phase. And now we take that soda we bought to get us down to just 5 drunk level, and now we have perfect control over ourselves again. Yeah. So, more of Mary's shenanigans. Focus on this lad's glass. Nope. Keep forgetting you can't pause skip in this. Can here. He'll go after 2 more drinks. There you go. There you go. That's the option. And then we're done. Bye-bye. So, Kaito has managed to lure some of the Matsugane out, and we found them. We are going to head over to one group over at a club called Alvin over on Tenkaichi Street. Again, with my mini-map all the way zoomed out so I can see if there's enemies up ahead. Here is the first group. Too much HP, it's just EX him. Oh, one of the benefits of being drunk is that you actually get your EX back a lot faster than if you're not drunk. So whilst we have the benefits of having 5 drunk to us, we're going to be getting our EX back and using our EX a lot more. So, we're now going to hit up 3 different Matsugane family clubs. We are going to do them in a very specific order because we want the last one to end as close to the next story point as possible. We're going to start on West Shichifuku Street. We should have more than enough money for the rest of the run, thankfully. We're looking pretty good, actually. Also, fun fact, despite the fact there is still over about an hour and 40 minutes of the run left, there's only 3 chapters left. All of these chapters are pretty long. Like I said, the finale is pretty bloomin' long. So here is our first club.
なんだとてめえなめた口聞きやがって頭には会えねえぜここで俺がぶっ殺してやるからな
Alrighty. Really hoping to do the thing, but you all aren't letting me do the thing. Please let me do the thing. Why can I not? Why can't I leapfrog? Where's my EX wall acrobatics? Why are they not coming out? So weird. And as usual, come out at the end of the fight in Tiger. So, dealt with them. Now I'm going to go deal with the other two clubs.
それじゃ俺
Off we go. Next up, Pink Street. Thankfully, the Pink Street Club is literally right at the taxi of Pink Street.
それでは
There's this guy right here.
Yeah.
And finally, we need to go to East Shichifuku Street. See this club right here. And the nice thing is, after this club, we need to go to the Champion District, which is literally just to the south.
Yeah.
よ
And thankfully, we find some members of the Matsugane family. Right here. So, as per usual, we're going to start with a little bit of cool crane. Good fight. Wow. Very good fight. Wasn't expecting that. Alright, so. Unfortunately, none of the Matsugane's men is going to get a bit of cold feet, and he's going to run away. So we're going to chase him. So on the left to avoid that. Just on the right to avoid this one. Unfortunately, the car is going to be in the way. It's interesting how I slid along that. Don't get hit by that. Jump over this for triangle. Again, it's a set end point, so you can't actually stop him despite the fact that you are right next to him. We actually pushed him into us because we were so close. I was very close. I'm glad that slowed down time. You can't even dodge that one. That's impossible. Heck. Over the car. Thankfully, these cones don't trip you up like they normally should here. Okay, something this last one is circle. Unfortunately, this guy led us into a trap. And Hamura shoots Kaito and is about to shoot us, but fortunately, Sugiura saves us. Kaito's not dead, Hamura's taken him. We are going to listen in via the wiretaps, find out where he is, and then go get him back. So for the rest of this chapter is a pretty long set piece. Let's go. I keep thinking there's a cutscene here. I'm upset. So you're taking out that guy. We'll use EX on this guy. Nice, very nice. And with that, in we go. So. Do you remember? Oops. Oops. Stop that. Unsurprisingly, door's locked. Do you remember my old friend? Oh, hello. Lockpick system, apparently. And my old friend? I'm in EX still. Cane Man? This time it's a dagger. Alright, so we're gonna launch over him. I just don't mean to keep doing this, but... Unfortunately, I don't have any EX to be able to do that because I wasted it all. That's gonna hurt. Yep. There's a bit more of my HP bar thanks to Cane Man. So Cane Man, as you can tell, is pretty dangerous. Except this isn't the dangerous Cane Man, as you're going to see. Come on, dudes. Kind of surprised everybody moved about there. That's not good. Actually, no, I want to stay on that. Can I please get Wall EX Acrobatic? Thank you! Been after this for like an hour now. Because look, hey, that takes out pretty much 3 of them. Okay. I want to use all my EX here, but no choice. Hey, guess who? He's back again. It's Cane Man, and this time he's got a pointy cane. Ow. He stuns my every hit. This is really bad. That's interrupting my strong attacks. It's getting really annoying now. Oh my god. It's literally stunning me. This is weird. It shouldn't be stunning me this much. It actually really shouldn't be. This is kind of weird. Yeah, I'm just gonna stop you, Cane Man. That's better. And off he goes. Just in a half, throws his cane away, and off he goes. Not much of a Cane Man about his cane, is he? Here comes a new mechanic. You gotta turn on the lights. Until you turn on the lights, you act like you are drunk. He probably does. I mean, he has a couple. That's for sure. He's already had 3 different ones so far. He's had a sword, a katana. He's had a long spear, a blade on the end. Go to the end of this hallway, by the way. Oh, that's why. Not the one I wanted to aim for, Yagami. Okay. Okay. And then obviously a dagger as well. So he's had at least 3 different ones so far. Grab that for spare healing, because I'm using it a lot. More fighting. Again, really trying to get that one specific move off, because it would take off literally 3 enemies out of this fight. Sometimes I genuinely feel like this game gets bugged, because like my EXs aren't showing up for some reason. Anyway, say hello to the dangerous version of Kane, man. Because this Kane is a shotgun. And you know what we've already said about guns, they're mortal wounds. It's not going to go over that, so I need to cancel it out. EX him to mess up his mortal attack so he doesn't break my HP bar even more. How did you dodge my kicks? That's what I want to know. He needs to go down. Yeah. Just out of any enemy in this fight, he has to go down. Like, out of any enemy. He has to go down. I'm not joking in that he can break half your HP bar. Do not let him. Considering he's already broken almost half of mine. You know, Sugiura is standing right next to the light switch. So yeah, you have to turn on the lights again, as always. And then it doesn't work. What is happening? Heck. See, look how good that does. Like, Patsky takes care of, like, all of them. Hey, off we go. Up the stairs, through the door. As I said, long set piece. Very cool, though. This is a massive room, so you definitely need to turn the lights on in here. Oh. Don't mind us, just wall jumping. It's fine. Nope, I didn't want to go up here, but I guess I could have used that while I was up there, but oh well. Once again, try again. Much better. Like, that just took care of 3 enemies from this, like, entire enemy set. That's how important that is. Through this door, up these stairs, and grab this spare med kit. So not leave home without this, especially as we used one earlier. And we're looking like we're going to be using another one soon. Good stuff. Good combo work. Real lucky with the first 3 and then not lucky at all. And now, in this room... Yep. And of course, because we're in the dark, we can't target him properly. He's going to run at us to EX us, so we're going to see EX back. What are you doing? Oh, heck. Bully Cane Man. Now for Cane Man's greatest magic trick, losing my HP. Oh god. Look at that! You can't tell me this guy is not cool! I love him! I don't love that though. Don't EX me. No mortal attacks. We agreed, no mortal attacks. That damage though. And end. Oh no, he dodged it. That's why I love Cane Man. Just dodges my stuff. Nice. I love Cane Man. I love him so much. I love the fact that you fight him multiple times and it's all like all unique fights. Alright. Hey, guess what? We find Hammer and Kaito, and if you thought the Cane Man fights were cool, comes Captain Hammer. So, leapfrog, kick him. I don't have my EX to EX him, unfortunately, so we're just gonna break him into an EX. There we go. For some reason, this combo works really well against people, like especially single targets. Amazing boss fight theme, by the way. Look at this choreography. Just in the middle of a fight. Do that so we can run up the wall. Ooh, how do we both miss? Hack your window. Ow. Hammer. Decent fight. Yeah. Love that fight. Love that fight so much. But yeah, we basically save Kaito. We tell Sugiura and Higaishi to get Kaito to the hospital because, you know, he has been shot. And Matsugane turns up and we are going to take Captain Hamura over to Honmaruen where we can question him without hopefully anybody coming to save him. This is a super short chapter, but this is also very, very story-based. Despite that, massive, and I mean massive set piece. My massive is not massive, it's cool. Oh. So, we're asking things such as, where is the mole right now? Hamura does not give up the identity of the mole. But he does explain how he came to be involved with the mole. The mole is someone that Hamura has worked with for a very long time. And the mole saved the Matsugane family from bankruptcy. But this is how, obviously, Hamura knew and Matsugane didn't. One of the clients he found for the mole was Health Minister Ichinose, who was the one who hired them to kill Hashiki, the vice director of the ADDC, for sabotaging 89. The hit was successful. They got hired again. So why pick the Yakuza as test subjects? Because their deaths, hello, would make it seem like it was Yakuza business. Right? So, Shintani's murder was his fault. He told Shintani that Shono was connected to the murder, and after Shintani started his own investigation into it, Ichinose ordered Shintani's death. then unfortunately, poor Murasei is killed with a bomb and, well, the place is on fire. And for some reason, they're adding more gasoline to the fire. And for another reason, they're just gonna throw gasoline tanks at us. Could you not? That's not how that works. So you remember our Yakuza 0 run for really lots of lore? You remember the escort sections with Makoto? We now have escort sections with Matsugane and Captain Hamura. Interestingly, a little different. Matsugane is actually going to be keeping up with us very closely. I want to take care of the big guy. Again, just going to use my hyper armor to ignore the fact that I'm being set on fire right now. Once we've done the last enemy, wall blows up. Now. If we can, the fire weapons are pretty good because obviously they burn people, they can't guard against them. Do a little bit of damage over time. You can also knock enemies into the fire that's in all of these like rooms. Again, remember R2 is the key here. It's a super cool set piece. It's like, yeah, everything's kind of like breaking and burning, but like it creates like different pathways to go down. It's not a long set piece either, but it's just so cool. And the payoff after this set piece is amazing. I'm gonna kick this guy into the fire. Sorry, fella. Oh, you weren't dead. Interesting. Please kick in the fire. Casual explosions all around. Also, while you're unlocking this door, you actually take HP damage. Look at the top left. I'm actually dying to this door. And then guess who gets a super cool boss intro? Ozaki, how? How do you all characters get this? Super cool intro. Look at this. Look at this. It's so cool. You're just a sub-boss. You're not supposed to have a cool intro. Stop that. So we got a bit of EX. We're just going to go ham. So explosions also help kind of stagger him a little bit. Phase 2. Ozaki is underrated. I mean, again, look at this. Like, the actual choreography here of, like, him using his actual body weight to push Yagami's leg down, that's actually super cool. Like, it's really cool. So, you know what's coming up. That's bad. Wow, they interrupted that somehow. And again, we're pushing him into the fire here. That's why I was able to break his guard. EX boost through his attacks. Good fight. Good fight. One of the most amazing cutscenes in the game happens here. I can't show it because it's like 5 minutes long. We get Hamura to the exit. And then the mole turns up. Full dressed in raincoat. You can't see who he is. Goes completely full John Wick, shooting everyone. It's so good. And unfortunately, he goes to kill Hamura because the Hamura knows his identity, but Matsugane gets in the way. And because of his brave sacrifice, Hamura turns at that point and tells us that the mole's identity is Detective Kuroiwa. And there it is. And there it is. So Kuroiwa actually takes us to police HQ, and we just basically tell him we know who you are, and we're not going to stop until you're done. So after that really cool set piece and really awesome set of cutscenes, who wants another member of the Kane gang? No one? Yes, same. So here comes the fourth and final member of the Kane gang. And oh no. Say hello to Koga. Koga utilizes equipment, shall we say. We're going to concentrate on him because we want him dead. He uses a bunch of... Ow, thanks. A bunch of grenades. The trouble about this fight is when we get to the second part. I don't like that you just did that. Take your grenade. I'm trying to save my EX because I'm going to need it as soon as we go into the second phase. So I'd like you to see what Koga just pulled out of his pockets. Those are 2 pistols. Every hit is a mortal attack. And yes, look, he can shoot from the floor. No, I don't want you to hit me with that. How did I miss everyone now? Hope I can get the EX wall. Should take care of 2 of them. All of them. Thumbs up. Yeah. So, heck that fight, because Koga can literally, as you saw in that attack, break literally, and I am not joking here, 3/4 of your HP bar. And remember, it's the mortal wound system, so unless you heal it with a med kit, that's permanent. I hate that fight. I very much hate that fight. Hi, Sugiura. So... yeah. Sugiura is here. We basically rest up. We're now going to go back to the Matsukane family office. Unfortunately, this morning, Captain Shioya's body is found in the streets with his eyes gouged out. Yet again, the work of bloody Kuroiwa, the mole. Oh look, Sakakiba's in the way. Everybody acts surprised. Oh look, Sakakiba's still in the way. I'm getting a bit closer so he despawns when I do this. There we go. Yeah, there's a lot of enemies that dual-wield guns in the Yakuza-verse that are very OP. Even to this day, Arase's dodge still lives on in random characters, even with swords. There's a guy with a sword in Chapter 1 of this game that just has the Arase dodge, because why not? Sure, why not? There's a guy with a katana in Yakuza 6 that has Arase's dodge. Sure, why not? It's supposed to be for guns. Koga has bloomin' Arase's moveset. Like, certain parts of it. You see one of where his spawn point's there. So we tell everybody the mole's true identity. And we are basically in the penultimate chapter of the game with 1 hour and 9 minutes left to go. So. I need to scroll my notes down because I can't see them. Oh no. What did happen to my notes there? How weird. There we go. Cool, now I can see all my notes. Right. So, we have a conversation with Hattori and Chairman Kajihira. We tell them obviously everything, blah blah blah. Their idea is that maybe we should go after the member of their team that is actually the least committed, which would be Kido. So, Director Kido of the ADDC. I'm going to go after him. Kaito's back! Kaito's still a little worse for wear after, you know, having been shot, but Kaito's back. You know what gunshot wounds are like in the Akazaverse. They don't keep you down for long. Unless they do. So, sometimes they do. Not often. So again, thanks to Kaito, there is no spawning of Sakakiba. Appreciate that. Thank you, Kaito. There is a normal fight spawn, though. Again, the entire reason we get danger displays so that we don't get into these random fights. We literally, with danger display, have despawned like literally like 20 to 30 fights that we would have had to have gotten into. It's kind of insane how useful danger display is in this run. For just going out of your way for 30 seconds to get it, to save so much time, it's ridiculous. So, I'm gonna rest up yet again. We've also found out some unfortunate news about Kido. He's a pest. He's not a nice man. So, in order to get close to Kido, we're gonna need some more cake. Oh yes. We're gonna get Sayori to help us again. Thankfully, she doesn't want cake this time, which is quite nice. I would have gone and got cake. I want cake now. I could kill for a cake right now. So, recruit Sayori again. Off we go. Fortunately, the Kane gang have lasted long enough that they won't respawn during this run. Oh, look. Sakakiba's in the way. Not surprised. I sure am. Hey, he didn't respawn this time. Nice. Right. I didn't like that bike, okay? Don't question it. The Dragon Engine physics are beautiful. Remember Tashiro, who we stole clothes from earlier? There he is. He's actually a friend in this. You can actually help him out. And then he helps you out. Kind of cool. Kind of really cool. So, we're going to recruit Sayori again. Once we've had another little pep talk with old Genda. Just hear me out. Depends on what it is. Yes. So, Hoshino, stop. Right now. Go back to work. Go back to finding murders for me. Thank you. So, we're going to go to the ADDC. We are going to kind of entrap Kido a little bit and get some incriminating evidence to use against him so that we can blackmail him. You know, we're dealing with murders at the minute. Gotta get a little. Gotta do a few dirty tactics here, unfortunately. So, off we go to the ADDC with our second section with Sayori. Tell you what I would like in Judgment 2. Main character, Tanamura. Second main character, Kaoru. Heck yes. Alright, I want left, right. Beautiful. There you go. That is it. So, we're now gonna get Kido to come to Kamurocho to meet up with Sayori, and definitely not an ex-lawyer who's turned detective, an ex-reformed thief, and an ex-Tojo clan member. Sounds like a brilliant night at the batting center. Nani indeed. I kind of wish we had batting centers over here. Like, be really cool. It's such a shame, like, the bowling alleys and stuff in the UK have started to, unfortunately, like, just disappear. They were really popular back in, like, the 90s and the early 00s. I remember when I was a kid, I was in a, I say a kid, when I was in my early teens, I was in a a bowling club that met every weekend. It was super cool. It was actually really cool. I used to bowl a mean 160 back when I was like 13, 14. It's not bad. These days, maybe a 0.6. Heck yeah. They say your skills don't ever leave you. I can guarantee you they do. Oh, I can guarantee you they very much do. Yeah, no batting cages. Bowling alleys, unfortunately, going away, and it's a shame because, like, in the place that I used to live in, which was like a train's stop away from London, we had this big bowling alley that was half bowling alley and half arcade. That had like the stuff like Time Crisis, the horse jockey games, whole bunch of really cool other games as well that you always see there, like House of the Dead, etc. Some really cool. It was really cool. Kido boss fight. Look at its HP bar. Less HP than anybody else in this fight. That's a really nice little effect, that. Now, here's the interesting thing. These machines in the middle cause you to lose all the FPS in the game. Don't kick people out the window, please, team. Team, please don't kick people outside. It takes so much longer if they go outside. That guy is precariously on the edge. Yes, please break that and lower my FPS some more. I would appreciate that. No, I would not. Stop. They took care of the other guy. Nice. Yeah, I had some really good times as a teenager in, like, bowling alley. The trouble with that bowling alley was it was not anywhere near any kind of public transport at the time. So, it unfortunately died quite quickly, which is a shame. Big shame. So, we reveal our plan with Kido. We take him to the greatest hideout you've ever seen. Yes, it's Charles. It's the arcade. And yes, we stripped him to his underwear because, you know, want to humiliate him, etc., and make sure that he doesn't leave. Kido tells us literally everything. Our theories about the human experiments are correct, and Shono was indeed the person who murdered both Waku and Emi Terasawa. Interestingly, the game, because there's so many cutscenes here, the game lets you go and do whatever you want and tells you, hey, when you're ready, you go back in there. I want the top option in this conversation, right? Yes, I do. He also tells us that Shono has a secret lab in Kamurocho. So, he tells us how to find it. We need to go follow a guy whose name is Ichimatsu. Number of Yakuza games PC ports. Ouch. Soon. Don't worry, soon. It's amazing that Like a Dragon is going to be day and date released on so many systems. That's genuinely exciting. Do you know what's also genuinely exciting? This is one of the only Yakuza games where the Millennium Tower doesn't explode. The poor Millennium Tower this time gets a nice break. Oh, you get to meet him in this chapter. I forgot. Oh, here we go. On PC, where to start with Yakuza? Zero. Zero or Kiwami? Zero or Kiwami, it doesn't technically matter because Kiwami is a remake of the first game, and you can go backwards to Zero, but Zero doesn't require any knowledge, and Zero is literally a phenomenal experience. So, you can't go wrong with either, and they're both on sale in the Steam sale currently. Oh, yes. So, Zero is super cheap. If you want a super cheap option. Oh, so we're looking for Ichimatsu. See, this guy in front of us is, yeah, that's not him. You have to look at him to spawn this guy in a grey suit, which That's definitely Ichimatsu. I've never seen anybody look more like Ichimatsu. He's talking on his phone. He's not wearing gloves though. So when you look at him, that spawns up on these stairs. One other guy. Oh? 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 Yeah, that's him. So you actually spawn him up here. I like how he has his phone out ahead of time. He doesn't care. So, welcome to Tale segment number 8. Storyline-wise, the final Tale segment of the game and the hardest one out of all of them. Ishimatsu, unsurprisingly, he's a little paranoid. You know, he knows all about the secret lab in Kamurocho. You know, several things have been happening the last couple of days. He might be in danger. So, immediately hide. Immediately hide, because he will see you otherwise. Once again, like the rest, this Tale segment is scripted, but oh my goodness! Just you wait. So, he's gonna carry on, but he's actually not. He's already stopped. And there he goes again. I have a lot of very detailed notes about where to stop for this one. Stop behind the wall. Turns around again. Convinced a friend you'll start playing Zero this afternoon. Nice, nice. That's one of the reasons why I'm so happy that, like, Zelnus gives me so many, like, has given me so many opportunities lately to show off, like, Yakuza games or Ryukyu games, because my main aim with these speedruns is to, one, show you that, yes, you can speedrun these games. Watch this. Watch him. Ew, cheeky bugger. Can't believe he'd come back like that. Giving me so many opportunities to show off that, yes, you can speedrun these games. They are genuinely speedrunnable. We have a nice little community now for these games. And also, that these games are amazing. These games are genuinely amazing, and you should all try them. As we said, Zero is an amazing starting point. There's less than £3 on Steam right now. Very good game. Very, very good game. And as we always say, you play them however you want. If you want to focus on only doing the story, go do that. If you want to do like 20-30 hours of sub-stories, such as, you know, teaching a guy the actual tax rate of Japan, or, you know, teaching someone how to be a dominatrix, you know, yeah, you do that. You do what you want. Racing some pocket cars, for instance, like, yeah, you want to do that, you do. Like, you want to spend 20 hours learning Mahjong, do that instead. Like, the great thing about the Yakuza games is you take them at your own pace. Do them however you want to do them. So this is the end of the first point of this tale section. And if you really thought that this tale section started to be cheeky, off he goes. Hey, hide. Hands up, how many of you ran down there to try and chase after him? Because I did. Oh, I definitely did. Heck, Ishimatsu. I absolutely did that. It was awful, that section. So, you failed here because of that? Yep, not surprised. I almost did. Oh, look, he's already turned around. There's only the one, right? Yeah, it's only one. It's fine. So, he's going to stop here, but he's not going to turn around. Not unless we walk into this motorbike, and you can see I'm slightly drifting to the side. My DualShock has really bad stick drift. It's been getting worse lately. It makes certain speedruns, Coffee Yakuza 4 Cough, really, really annoying. So he's still not going to turn around just yet. We're going to hide behind this wall. Carry on. Hide behind the electrical box. This is the longest tail segment, by the way. This is literally just 10 minutes long. If you do the actual skip. If you don't do the skip, it's literally a tiny bit more than 10 minutes. There he goes. This is the end of the second part of the tail segment. Now comes the third part, the longest part, and the worst part. Reminder that all of these end bits act as checkpoints. If we fail at any point here, we go back to the beginning of the last checkpoint. So we will go back here. He's going to waltz across the street. The only reason I go here is because he usually does look and when he crosses the street and sees you. Now, we don't need to rush. As you can probably tell, we're not rushing because he is literally turning around. Yes. So very importantly, we need to get to this car. We need to do a decent angle here because he's going to take a very long route, walk up those stairs, and then go to that balcony. As we said, he very much likes to be a bit cautious here. Do not go all the way up here. Hide here because he is going to come a little bit this way. And he has a very big cone of vision, so we're going to make sure that he doesn't see us. Came out a bit early there. Might have to wait here because of that. He is going to turn around, and yes, he can see you from here. Lady, please don't push me into a cone. Thank you. I'm just going to play it safe. Yep, just turn around. There he goes. Gonna play it very safe here as well. There's a quick strat you can do here that doesn't actually save any time, but he sees you more often than not. So we're just gonna play it safe and not mess around. I would like to see him before he goes around the next corner though. There we go. Fun fact, he's turned around right now. Can't see it, but he has. Double fun fact. Remember earlier when I said there was one tail segment that you can speed up? It's this one. So he's going to start to cross the road. What we're going to do is intentionally spook him with that ashtray. By doing that, instead of him going all the way across the road, check behind the electrical box, he just goes back on his normal pathway. It's the only time we can speed one of these up. And that's it. Now, here comes the hard part. Watch him. Yes, we have done a circle at this point, by the way. Just turn around. Watch him. Watch him. Yeah, he just started running. Even worse than that. At some point, he is going to turn around. Be very careful. Be very, very careful. Yeah, he turned around there. That's why we couldn't see him for a second. Just in case he sees us when he turns the corner. Has happened once in the past. Very, very weird. Do not climb that, Yagami. 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 Leave. The trouble is, we're losing him and he's going to turn around one more time, which is very annoying. Be very careful when running towards these because Yagami will vault over them. And that's that. Nice. Should be good now. That is the very final tailing segment. You'd be surprised. That's a really ridiculously difficult tail segment. So, Sugiura's here. We call Mafiu and tell her to bring, the police and chief prosecutor to this hotel. And we're going to break into this supposed laboratory in this abandoned love hotel. And find out if this is the lab. I might be able to actually, I think I should have checked at the start of this chapter. Nope, just got it. Boost attack max. No, I wanted. Which means my attack is now maxed out. I don't know why you got me turned around then. Look at that damage we do now. Ridiculous, isn't it? This is why it's very important for us to get boost attack max for the end of the run. And this is why skill points are so very vitally important, because when we're in the penultimate chapter, like, it's very hard to balance it all in this run. But our route that we've got is actually pretty nice. So, here comes a spoopy section. Actually, I forgot to get something else while I was in that menu. Hold on. Hold on. We're gonna get something we got the book for earlier. Double quick step. So we can't. Oops. We can't actually run in this section. And I don't want to run here because we're going in this door anyway. We've got to fight this guy. 1EX fully took him out, by the way. It's okay that we're taking him to this bathroom because we're taking this massage machine, which we can run when we have one of those in our hands. So this door that's in the water, and we're just going to throw it in the water, and that's how you open a door. If you've ever played Yakuza 6, you're going to recognize a certain somebody. Or Yakuza Kiwami 2. Sugiura's gone. Taken into the ceiling by somebody. So we're going to use double quick step. If you hold a target and you double quick step, you can actually go forward, which is a lot faster than trying to just go normally. We're going to open this door, please. Boy, that was close. We're gonna find Sugiura in an unfortunate situation. So we're gonna take care of these guys. Okay, you interrupted my final attack. I'm not happy about that. Oh. How did I miss? How did I miss? Heck. So we saved Sugiura. And we're going to go and grab this electric police baton. And here he is, in all of his majesty. Say hello to Hangman, who for some reason decided to stand in a puddle of water. Not quite sure why you'd do that, Hangman. See you later, dude. Up the stairs we go, and here's another very large lad. Flexing his muscles. So we're gonna hit him. EX boost him. Come up. If only I managed to get that off. And with him dead, here he is again! So, fun fact, in the Yakuza 6 speedrun, we use a sledgehammer against him. Fun fact, in the Judgement speedrun, he uses a sledgehammer against us. Not great. Good so far. I really wanted to wall ride there. Very good fight. Disgustingly good fight, actually. He learned from the runs. Yes, he did. So, turns out there's a secret laboratory here. Would you believe it? There's a lot of plot that happens there. Basically, let me try and sum it up. Basically... Oi. Accidentally lost my notes there. What the fuck? Okay. Sugiura tells us he whips out a knife because Shono's here. And he wants to kill Shono because Sugiura tells us that he isn't actually Sugiura. His name is Fumiya Terasawa. He is Emi Terasawa's younger brother. And he joined us originally because he thought we were going to go back into the legal world. And he wanted to stop us. But then after he learned the truth, he joined us. But basically, the police come. Let me just get out of this fight real quick. Especially with you with a sledgehammer. I'm done with guys with sledgehammers, thanks. Cool. Basically, Sugiura wants to kill Shono, but he gets interrupted by the police, the prosecutors, etc., etc. I need to go to bartender, middle enter. And basically, we tell them about the lab's purpose, and if they search for it, they'll find evidence of the experiments, and the head prosecutor, Marita, actually refuses to search the lab. It turns out that he has been a part of the conspiracy since after Shintani's murder. So, we're removed from the building. And basically, it's kind of weird how you can just get away with it right in front of everybody. And we go back to the arcade and find that everybody has been basically beaten up by Kuroiwa. And it's time to escort section Mafiu. And they basically eliminate the evidence of the lab. But thanks to Morita basically turning against them right there, both Mafiu and Izumida are now on our side. So there's an important reason I was trying not to heal my mortal wounds. This set piece is super cool. It is another Kamurocho set piece. Not the last one in this chapter, by the way. With Mafuyu's encouragement, we actually get a boost to our EX to max, and look at my HP bar. Absolutely beautiful. All my mortal wounds are gone. But basically, the Ministry of Health has hired these folks. I don't know if they're homeless or not, but they basically hired these folks, and yeah. But as long as we're not in our EX when we go to the next fight, she gives us a nice cheer again. Full HP, full EX. Ow. Full Kaito hitting somebody into my back. The Kaito had my back. Kaito, you got him? I want to say yes. I'm going to run to these guys and hope that you do. Kaito doing work. So, one of the only times I actually use weapons in this run, like actually on purpose, I'm gonna grab the nunchucks, because the nunchucks are actually, well, when you hit them, kind of good. See that damage? It's kind of disgusting. The tonfas are a little better, but unfortunately I grabbed the nunchucks, so it is what it is. Kaito is going to go down in a second. Good drop kick. I'm gonna just use the heat move to get rid of them. Ow. Excuse you. Wait, please don't kick me in the back with a knife. Yes, kick with a knife. I said that. I know what I said. I don't know what I said. Fun fact, there are certain characters in the Yakuzaverse that do kick with knives. Alright. Here comes the frustrating fight. Hello, large lads. Oh, did we get both of the big lads? No, we didn't. One's a normal guy. That's a shame. Both of the big lads would have been so good there. So Kaito needs to rest because he's taken so much damage, which that's unusual for this bit. Please stop. I need help, Matthew. Get out. Kaito's got this. Attaboy, Kaito. So for better or worse, when you're escorting NPCs, they kind of stick very close to you. Hey, do you remember 5 hours and 30 minutes ago? When we were chasing a certain somebody in the prologue? It turns out they're who Matthew's confidant is. That corrupt horse player detective. From the very start of the game. So, before Matthew goes home, she wants to go to the Genda Law office. She wants to go and visit Sayori. And inside, we walk in on a little something. Welp. Hoshino confessing his feelings towards Shiori. Sayori? Why do I say Shiori? Sayori. We gotta stay over till we gotta go to a taxi with her. Hopefully she goes out via the window as well. As I said, anybody who follows me has to leave via the window. We do not leave via the lift. She actually teleported. So, we're now going to be preparing for Ayabe's trial. We're heading to Cafe Miore, where we're going to meet with Prosecutor Izumida. Izumida and Matthew are going to convince Ichinose to testify for us. That way we can get him in court and hopefully trap him. Oh, Cafe Miore always went the wrong way again. But we're basically going to get here and he's going to join our team. gonna say, you know, after what happened, I can no longer, like, do this in good faith, considering, you know, the head prosecutor just did that. And then we're gonna go back to rest up, and then we have 3 little things that we need to do in the finale. See that fight spawn? I don't want to despawn it. I'm hoping I can just get to my apartment. Good. The Kane gang is about to disappear. Threat 1%. Beautiful. Very beautiful. Like that. So, 3 different things to do here. We're going to start with Higaishi, because Higaishi's is one in the way. One kind of rough. This is actually a fight I found harder than the optional super boss when I was playing this game casually. Did I not speak to him again? Alright, Kane Gang's gone. I didn't speak to them again. Yay! Hold on. Never mind. Never mind. Skip this. We're gonna go to... We're going here first. I'm gonna go visit Okubo first. Obviously we know he's Emi's brother, and he wants us to pass on a message to Okubo from him, and he says that he wants to go and visit Emi's grave together when he's not caught up in jail anymore. Can I get past this fight spawn? I don't believe I can. I'm not gonna try it. So, we're going to go visit him, we're going to tell him that exact message. And basically say, hey look, we're gonna go be your lawyer now. We're gonna go get the evidence, we know you didn't do it. I'm gonna stop Shono. So, choose the next stop. That's a real bad fight spawn down there. Really? What a bad fight spawn. Right, next up. 2 people left. We're gonna go for the one that I originally said. Higaishi. So, remember when I said 5 hours, 41 minutes, and 52 seconds ago that we were putting on autosave for a reason? This is the reason. So, for some wild reason, don't know why, during this next fight, if we use a heat attack, there is a very small chance that the game will infinitely load. Don't know why. Completely random. Has happened to me before on a PB pace run. Somewhat infuriating, not gonna lie. I'm gonna make a manual save before I waltz in here. But we're basically going to the Matsugane family to convince them not to go after Kuroiwa themselves. Reminder that Captain Hammerer is still missing at this point. So instead, Kengo and Ozaki are taking over the family. So again, they both have EXs. Try to only keep one of them in EX mode. Considering that Kengo starts in EX mode, focus on him. Also focus on the ads because, as you can probably guess, the ads are kind of annoying in this fight. I really want to stop hitting Ozaki before he turns into his EX phase. Higashi, please stop. go. I want you to notice in the bottom right-hand side of the screen how there's a loading icon. I'm fairly certain I've got the bug. Yep, shouldn't have done that. Got it. Got it. Got it. Noticed it. So it's a Dragon Engine problem in that sometimes the Dragon Engine decides to load infinitely. There's a spot like that in Yakuza 6 where, weirdly enough, it's early on. It's like in the first 10. No, it's in the first like 15 minutes, thankfully. Where one NPC will just get stuck for like a minute because he doesn't load in the rest of his path. Marathon look, yeah, I guess. What I will say that is frustrating is that we were 39 seconds ahead of, world record pace. We're not now. we're not now. It would have been cool to get world record in a marathon, but yeah, I wasn't expecting it in the first place, so. Oh well, never mind. Is what it is. This happens. As I said, as I went into this, it can just stop. it can just happen. It can just end your run. Like, I'm not upset because it's not, it's a marathon run. It's more about showing off the actual run itself, and I feel like I've had decent commentary today, question mark. So, yeah. It is what it is. Happens. I only noticed it too late. And it just sucks that it happens like 5 hours and 45 minutes into a 6 hour 10-minute run. Like, I did not get my EX boost off in time. Don't want to fight you. Ozaki, please do not. I have to go into the X because that's going to break my HP bar so much. Hey Higaishi, when I said don't, I didn't mean don't help. Oh no. It's so infuriating not being able to use EX attacks in here. Like, you could finish that so much faster if you weren't afraid of literally run-ending weird bug. Either way, we did it. We're stopping them from going to kill themselves on bloody Kuroiwa. So, off we go, one last person to speak to. We're going to go with Hoshino to the ADC, and we are going to go and convince... Pink Street? Yes. Crazy. I forgot where I was going. We're going to go convince Kido to testify against Shono. But Kido's being a bit coy about it, and he wants to make it seem like he didn't know about the murders until recently. Kido picks his battles very carefully, and he's chosen to put his eggs into our basket. Because obviously he sees that, we're the winning side at this point. And off we go. Right. So, Matthew in this time also finds out the reason why Morita, Head Prosecutor Morita, decided to side with Shono is that Morita's mother had Alzheimer's. And Morita's brother decided to kill her and himself, which is real dark. Real dark. So Morita basically wants AD9 to succeed at any cost. I need to do all of these. I was like, which is it? No, it's all of them. Nah, it's good. There it is. So, after having finished all 3 routes, essentially, we are going to go back to the office, and outside, Sugiura is going to be waiting for us, and we are going to basically speak to him, and when you speak to him, he's basically the point of no return. So this is literally it. This is the point of no return right here. The game tells you as such. And that's it. Finale activated. So, we gotta go to the Gendo Law Office. So at this point, no sub-stories. At this point, no K-ing gang. Nothing of the sorts. It's just us and finishing the game, which is still gonna take another good 20-25 minutes. As I said, long finale. Up there with Zero's. Not the longest finale in the series, but not many games have tried to be Yakuza 5, do they? For good reason. So when we get to the Gendo Law Office, we're gonna get a few pep talks from obviously everybody here. And then what's going to happen is we're going to find out that Morita is raiding Lamon. Lamon? Lamrita? How have I forgotten its name at this point? So we're going to go and put a stop to that. Also coming up is quite possibly Lamont. There you go. What is coming up is quite possibly the best boss theme in this entire game. You will enjoy it, I promise. It's very, very good. So, as we go down, we find 2 people down here. Morita and... That's Morita, by the way. This lad. In the English dub, Koroi was voiced by Matt Mercer, by the way. Very, very good voice choice. Look at this guy. So, Kuroiwa is dangerous, unsurprisingly. Kuroiwa, surprisingly enough, has a lot of the same moves that we do, including a way to get off the ground and also wall runs and wall jumps and wall kicks. Listen to this amazing fight theme. Thank you very much. He just did that to me in the corner. I don't know. An ice pick, just like was used to gouge out the eyes of everybody who died. A nice little touch. You can notice how the HP doesn't lower because he's at the halfway point. Oh yeah, you count this to get up, by the way. I wanted to eat that Bentman. That is the end of the first Kuroiwa fight. Yes, I just said first. So, Morita actually tells Kuroiwa, you know, hey, don't kill them because even I can't cover up a murder in an active crime scene. Smart. And as we leave, we see a mysterious figure in a raincoat. The very same raincoat that the mole used. We're now going to go to the... We're now going to go and have a time skip. I believe it's 1 month later or 3, something like that. There you go. It's 1 month later. And Yagami is back to being a lawyer again. Did nothing with his hair, of course, but he's back to being a lawyer again. Standing court. So. Oh boy. So, we need up Shintani's phone log, down, and then Hamura Ichinose's missing link. So, the mysterious figure who we saw in the raincoat, we actually find out during this trial, in a very, very well done set of cutscenes, is actually the missing Captain Hamura. And he gives us the vital evidence that we need to take Ichinose down in court, and even bloody well turns up in court. It's so good. Unfortunately, when Ichinose realizes that the jig is up, he sends a signal. He sends a signal out to go and have Kuroiwa killed. So now there's a bunch of assassins going after Kuroiwa. And of course, if Kuroiwa dies, there goes the case. Because Kuroiwa is still the mole. Hamura may have obviously been a part of it. My chair's dying. You hear that? Chair, stop. What is happening? Stop. My chair's gonna break. Oh no. So, Kuroiwa's still the mole. He has assassins sent after him in Kamurocho. So say hello to Kamurocho's set piece number 2. Not a long one, quite a short one, actually. Yeah, I think a sequel with more cutscenes would be quite cool. Oh, excuse me. Remember that time I said hopefully we'll be done before 3 AM? And we won't because of that crash. Almost. I don't think I can do this in 12 minutes. So here's more Health Ministry assassins. These are the ones that were sent after Kuroiwa. Well, some of them anyway. Yeah, it's just so much fun doing Crane into a big group of people. Good job, everybody. Segura's face there. Kaito, please.
ふざけてる場合じゃないんじゃない？兄貴、だから違うって。頼むよ、カイトさん。頼りにしてるんだから。行くぞ。
But this is so cool in that it's like it's the whole gang together, you know. We're taking care of the enemy, all four of us. Me missing my EX moves again. Oh my goodness. What was that? Did you see that? Oh, it was the door. So I actually want to stay in crane style for the next fight. And that's the end of the Kamurocho second set piece. So there's a whole bunch of onlookers here because there's been a shooting in the middle of Kamurocho. As it turns out, the assassin sent to kill Kuroiwa didn't do a good job. Got assassinated themselves. So Kuroiwa is heading on a one-way trip to the ADDC. He's going to go and get Shono to finish AD9. And we are obviously going to give chase. This is the last set piece of the game. And of course, wouldn't be Judgement without fighting the police. So this fight actually gets real scary about halfway through. Because once you've dealt with like half of the police here, all the rest of them will bring out their guns. So we're gonna just try and do as much damage as we can in the meantime. You'll know when they get their guns out. There we go. I was listening for the sound effect, but of course helps that you got it out. So not everybody gets their guns out, but some of them do. And as we already know, guns cause mortal wounds. So yeah, don't take him away. Thank you. Nice. And despite that, Kuroiwa's assistant? Bodyguard? Question mark. He's here too. He barely gets a speaking role in this game, but he's here too. We're just gonna kick him in the back and then EX him. And then really EX him. I heard that gun. I heard that gun. I think the other guy might actually try and shoot me. Don't like that guy being that far away. Yeah, you've got to go down. Do it, Sugiura. Okay. Okay. Don't do it then. That's fine. It's not like I need to save some time here. So we're gonna head along to here. Kuroiwa was just up ahead. This is the last of the active search mission, so if you're searching for those darn pesky cats, there's one more. And here you get to see how cold-blooded Kuroiwa really is. So, the interesting parallels between Judgement and a Yakuza game is that in a Yakuza game, you're dealing with the Yakuza. You're dealing with people that at least have their honor and their pride. In Kuroiwa, you're dealing with a serial killer. That smirk. It's an actual genuine, like, fascinating difference in terms of like villain design that the RGD studio have done. Also explosions. Unfortunately, Yagami lands on someone's car. And starts suffering from a real nasty bout of concussion. By the way, I will say when time is, and not because of shenanigans. So, Kuroi was not gonna have all the fun. Hey, guess who's back? Masahiko, and also his friends all have guns. So we're gonna try and take care of all the ads before they get their guns. Never mind. Do not shoot me. Bye-bye, HP bar. I didn't want you anyway. Sugiura. Help me. Look at these EX attacks just doing work. Stop him from doing this. Cancelling out of my EX right here. You might wonder why. It's because I want a tiny bit for after this. Wait, a guy with a gun? Hey. Oh, Sugiura, you're too cool. Oh, heck. So, we're gonna get a bunch of flashbacks, with Yagami's concussion going on. Thankfully, where the fight ends is you end like a little closer to the actual ramp, so go to the right of this bollard because for some reason Yagami and his concussion cannot stand up the left-hand side. But this is basically Yagami is suffering at this point. As soon as the text starts, you can skip that. We even get a couple of flashbacks with Shintani in this lift, which is a kind of a nice touch. You can hear the rain outside. Again, another nice touch is that the rain has just started and there's a storm coming. Look at that. They really, like, the RGD studio really do know how to, like, set up an actual set piece like this. It's really beautiful. Just this final walk through the ADDC corridor. And when we get to this bit, then we skip through. Because this pushes us forward. So the last of the concussion scenes, we rush forward, we get to the gate. Final boss. In full mole gear. Kuroiwa time. Kuroiwa round 2. Kuroiwa round 2. This is where the fight gets real dangerous. 5 entire HP bars. Gotta love it. Just gonna do that specific moveset so you don't get to do anything. So how about like a 2-minute choreography part in the middle of the fight? amazing this is. The audacity to just put this in here. Look at this. Look at how good this is. Look at Kuroiwa's reaction. Chilling. Absolutely chilling. I don't have that much EX, this is a worry. No, enough out of you, Kuroiwa. Uh-oh, that's bad. Ooh. He did his counter to get up. I don't like that. Oh no! That hurt. No, don't use that! Put that down! Naughty lad. You don't get to use that. Not to spoil the fun, I'd like to say that I didn't mention time yet. Adrenaline shot. Watch his HP bar. It's back. This is the final phase of Kuroiwa. This is the final boss. You might remember earlier, we got a Thunderstrike extract. Well, I'm using that now. And I'm also using a Jack Daniels to get drunk. Buy my HP bar. I didn't need you anyway. Uh-oh. Also, reminder, I am at full drunk, therefore I cannot actually move properly. All my HP. No, I'm just gonna get my HP back. No, don't use that adrenaline pen, you're not allowed. And that's time. That is Kuroiwa. That is the end of the game. Whew. Yeah, that's Judgement. Love this game. Absolutely bloody love this game. It's such a good game. Just really, really amazing game. Speedrun wise, very rough considering all the RNG. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed. Once again, thank you to Zelnus for putting this on, accepting me, and also putting on an amazing event. And yeah, that's pretty much it from me. I'm not gonna keep you all to watch these cutscenes because we'll literally be here for like 45 minutes. And also, the VOD will get muted and we'll probably get DMCA'd because of one of the songs in the ending, so let's not do that. So, I'll hand it over to you.
Hello everyone, my name is Zelnus. Thank you so much for this event. I want to thank everyone for watching. I want to thank all of the runners who submitted on super short notice. I put the first post for this event out on Tuesday and had the schedule out by Thursday, and the event started on Friday, and I thought of this event Monday evening at around midnight. So it took about 2.5 days to get submissions made to schedule, and it was put on 3 days later. Got 5 to 6-ish days of events going. I apologize that a lot of the runs went over. There was a lot of technical difficulties in the first few days, but honestly, I want to thank everyone. I put a goal at 950 because I wanted to be able to continuously remind people, if they ask why is it 950, because 95% of abuse victims do not report their abuse, and that is because they are afraid of one thing or the other. Either they're afraid that they'll cause homeless, and they're afraid that if they come out that they'll be discriminated against by peers, etc., etc. I know this is short for a really, really long-a-thon, only 6 days, but thank you so much, everyone. This is great. If you're interested in doing it in this event, the next one for sure will be December. If I put on one between then, it'll probably be as spontaneous as this. I want to thank Rod G for helping me with letting me use his much better computer so I can get much better quality. And I want to thank Sprata Raddick for giving her talk from her perspective as a female, as a woman, in gaming, on Twitch, in speedrunning. So keep the pressure on. Be better people. That is the best thing that you can do, is to just be a better person online. So thank you. Now I have one request. So I'm going to send you guys to someone who is a person who I respect in the community that I'm in, and he has been streaming a lot lately. His stream has been growing over time. He plays long RPGs. He is a huge fan of the Trails of series, which we showcased Trails of Azure earlier in the marathon. He is currently playing it. He is 10 sub-points away from the last emote slot. So I have one question for you. On top of, if you have an additional $4.99 that you can give, or you can help this guy hit his goal, please do, because he's a great guy and he deserves it. So I am going to host my friend, Dr. Doobie, and please do send him love and support. And sorry for that.